by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, also sponsored by calhope.org. It is Willard and Dibbs. That is Kyle in for Dibbs all week, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Sorry, Giants fans. The Grinch stole Correa.
They went out there and they look like fools right now. I need to hear from Farhan. I need to hear from Gabe Kapler. I need to hear from ownership, and they better do it sooner rather than later, because I'm going to be on their ass every single day. We come back from the new year, I will continue to be on the Giants' ass every single day until we get answers. I need freaking answers, because I ain't spending a dime until I get answers, Shasky. This is embarrassing.
We're figuring out what happened on 95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Hi, welcome to Ikea and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at ikea-usa.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and ikea-usa.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
Now presenting at Osh. If you need a great gift idea, head to Outdoor Supply Hardware. Whether you're shopping for your favorite DIY doer, green thumb go-getter, or anyone in between, you can choose gifts they're going to love from a huge selection of name brands like DeWalt, Traeger, Carhartt, and Stihl. Swing by and let Osh's friendly faces point you to presents you'll be proud to give. Is that special someone hard to shop for? Don't fret. Osh has gift cards too. Savor the season at Osh with 14 convenient locations and at Osh.com. Osh, home, hardware, and happiness.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers. It's good news for all Americans who owe back taxes to the IRS or state and struggling to pay them back. The IRS is now making it easier to settle delinquent tax problems through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative, due to the financial hardship many are facing in this current economic downturn. Qualifying for this program will settle your delinquent tax problem, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes by up to 99%. For this free information and to see if you qualify, call the hotline at the Tax Hardship Center by dialing 800-411-6406. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes and cannot afford to pay them, there's no need to worry. You may now qualify to settle your delinquent tax problem and save thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-411-6406. 800-411-6406. That's 800-411-6406.
In Mountain View, sunny skies today, highs near 61.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
I'm literally in the midst of still watching something that I want to share with everyone before we take a couple of phone calls. Dansby Swanson is having his introductory press conference. All the other teams they're actually having their press conferences, so that's fun. It's Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by SFO. Go to flysfo.com/winner for your chance to win $1,000 toward a nonstop flight from SFO today. So Dansby Swanson, introduced by the Cubs. Dansby left the Atlanta Braves. That's where he's from. But he's sharing a story that 11 days ago, Dansby got married. Congratulations to him. And then they found out the very next day after their wedding that his grandfather was very, very sick and in hospice care. And so they left their wedding site, their honeymoon morning after, whatever, to drive directly to his grandfather and get there before he did, in fact, eventually pass away. He's explaining why it was so important for him to leave his hometown team and become a Cub. I didn't even get through the whole story. I want to watch the rest of it, but I got through enough to understand that Dansby is sharing that when he was a little kid, he used to run home from school every day to beg his grandfather to come outside and hit him ground balls right away. And he goes, and his grandfather would every single time. So this is where Dansby fell in love with the game and family and all of that. And he said that whenever he would go to Grandpa's and ask him to come out and hit ground balls, he was pulling his grandfather away from the Cubs games that were on TV on WGN when he was a little kid. So that sort of planted a seed in his heart where he wanted to always be a Cub. He's struggling to get through this press conference, fighting off tears. And this is with him leaving his hometown team. I just wanted to mention what other teams are doing with their shortstop right now. They are having the most feel-good of moments right now. And they're not worried about hundreds of millions of dollars at all. So I hope the Cubs are okay with the risk that they just took, that Dansby Swanson won't be good 8 years from now.
Where's the Stones to ask that question after that? Yeah, but what about 2030?
Yeah, exactly. Did your grandfather hit you enough ground balls so that you're still going to be good when you're 38?
Are you worried that you wore yourself out? Can I read you a quick aside that has nothing to do with anything we've talked about all day?
Hit me.
This Dabo Swinney quote.
Oh.
Quote.
No. Yeah.
From Dabo Swinney, head coach of the Clemson football team. Quote, "We built this program on NIL. Probably different than what you're thinking, though. We built it in God's name, image, and likeness.
Dansby's the one who played a football game in Santa Clara and said, wherever we are, California, right? That's Dansby Swanson.
Dabo Swinney?
Oh, is that yes, Dabo Swinney. Dabo Swinney. Sorry. I'm looking Dansby Swanson, Dabo Swinney.
Right.
There's
basically the same name.
Well, yeah, a couple. Pretty close.
In those southern, southeastern states.
All right. So whoever had the Dansby Swanson, Dabo Swinney parlay to start this segment, cash your ticket. You're a millionaire. Let's go back to the phones. Will in Marin. Hey, Will, what's going on? What are you doing right now?
Hey, guys, I'm just working, and you know what? I'm really not upset that we don't have Carlos-Correa. I know that a lot of people are probably rolling their eyes right now in the studio, you guys included, but honestly, I'm happy. I think that was going to be a poor aging albatross. I don't want to pay a guy $30 million a year for a 279 and an 835 OPS. That's not premium numbers, dude. Let's look at the real lecture. Like, yeah, would he have put butts in the seats? For sure, probably. But if they're still losing and he's not what we thought he was going to be, then it's not that good. I just want to say one thing too about everybody hating on Mitch Haniger. Mitch Haniger has come close to hitting 40 home runs multiple times. He's a better hitter than Correa. Correa's been healthy. Correa, even when cheating, couldn't even break 30 home runs. I'm not trying to pay a guy $30 million that even when he's cheating, he wasn't even that spectacular. I wasn't impressed by him. I'm happy that that we're not going to be married to a guy. And as a Giants fan that had to go through decades of garbage contracts after bonds and all that stuff and all that loose stuff, I'm happy that it's finally off the table and now we can move forward. I know that you're probably thinking, well, what are you going to move forward to when you guys get cold feet? I'm happy. If they did get cold feet, I'm happy that they reneged the deal with Carlos Correa.
So, Will, let's jump in here, and you're certainly welcome to have that opinion. First of all, Mitch Haniger has not challenged 40 home runs multiple times. He did it once. He had 39 home runs. His second best year was 26. I just want to make sure we get that fact out there. Haniger, when he's healthy, is a very good player. That's fine. As far as the Correa contract is concerned, it's very much, in my opinion, why the Giants backed out. They are risk averse, and you're not wrong that this is risky. But a couple of things. The Correa contract was as much about fan emotion as it was about baseball, and that's fair. This is an entertainment entity, and fans need something to sink their teeth into. That's what we're doing here. This is entertainment. It's fun. And then I do get a little triggered when I hear people go to their baseball reference page and downgrade who Correa is because he's never hit 30 bombs.
It's outrageous.
He's a shortstop. I didn't ask him to hit 30 bombs. I asked him to be an unbelievable all-around ball player who's going to challenge the average 300. He's going to challenge 25 homers. He's going to challenge 90 RBIs. He's going to be elite defensively. He is a centerpiece of an order, both defensively and offensively. He is a leader. He has been an incredibly effective all-star level baseball player to the point where he got the biggest contract of 4 massive free agent shortstops who were available, and there's a reason he got that. So stop with the he's never hit 30 home runs thing. You don't need 30 home runs to be worth $350 million. It's a phenomenal all-around baseball player. Phenomenal.
He has more extra base hits than Mitch Haniger, or is a better extra base hit?
Sure. Gap-to-gap player.
Has the same slugging percentage as Mitch Haniger in 2021. This is comparing their 2021 seasons. Same slugging percentage despite hitting 13 fewer homers. He hit 11 more doubles in 70 fewer at-bats. He gets on base way more. He walks more. He strikes out less. He's a better player than Mitch Haniger by a wide margin. It's not even close. And he's, ironically, been healthy.
His WAR was well over 5 last year. That's a really, really that's a good number. Carlos Correa last year. Let me see how many players had a WAR over 5. You're looking at fewer than 40 ball players in the entire league last year had a WAR over 5. He was at 5.4. That was 28th in all of baseball. So if you want to just go analytically, this is the 28th best ball player in all of baseball. Okay, that includes pitchers, hitters, everything. Daniel in South City is next up. Hey, Daniel, you're on 95.7 The Game. What are you doing? And then Guru and Whitey are going to jump in. What's up, Daniel?
What's going on? I'm mentally visualizing Will from Marin being one of the 8,000 fans on a Tuesday night against Arizona in like May or something.
In his Tyro Estrada jersey.
We got Scott Boras running laps around the Giants on social media, and it's like we put out a cookie cutter like press release. Like I don't know, like it's just we're all over the place right now in terms of what do we want to say, how we want to negotiate. And let me just take you guys back to like after 107. I think that's when most of the free agent signings should have been, because that's when we had something to sell to these players. And we didn't do much. We got Rodon, and, he did his thing, but we did essentially nothing last offseason, which led to the mediocre season. And now it's like what we had nothing to sell to the players this offseason, but overpaying them. And look at what it's happened. Like, nothing, no one's going to come here now. And God forbid, like, look at what's going to happen now, this time next season when, we have a below 500 team with nothing else to sell to these players. It's just a joke overall. And, good luck to, filling up the seats next season.
Daniel, thanks. Let me give you some other ball players whose WAR is a between 5 and 6 last year. By the way, you want to know who had the exact same WAR as Carlos Correa? The other Carlos Rodon.
Oh.
Did you think he was good? Do you think he makes your team better?
Good player.
Would you like him on the team?
Yeah.
Francisco Lindor, Max Scherzer, Jose Altuve, Juan Soto, Xander Bogaerts, Freddie Freeman. These are the players who have a similar impact on their team as Carlos Correa does on his. So I just wanted – it's not that people are wrong. There's risk, and sure, 5 years from now, Correa maybe will have only played 7 games, and the Giants can be like, see, told you. Sure, that's all on the table. But again, it's a no-risk-it, no-biscuit situation for me. If you're never going to take a risk, then just tell us that right now, and that way we'll know there's never going to be a good player on the team ever again unless he's homegrown, and how have they been doing with that? So don't use this to say Carlos Correa is not good. You can say it's too risky for your taste, but don't use this to say Carlos Correa's never hit 30 home runs, so he's not an impact player in baseball. It's just an incorrect take. Willard and Madsen, here we go. Guru and Whitey. Hello,
Look
gentlemen. And Whitey, I feel I haven't seen you in months.
It's been too long.
Look at you. Look at you. Look at both of you.
Happy when Whitey walks in the room.
Yeah. Hey, Bob Myers today. So
sweet. Sweet.
We love you, Bob.
Executive show.
Yeah.
Remember last time? I mean, you and Steiny did a great job with him.
We did.
And you're like the art of a free agent deal. I think you need to have the conversation again.
Totally.
How about the art of getting out of a free agent deal?
I mean, what
do you guys think? Let's go.
I told Waddy this 100 times, but for Giant fans, because that's the bottom line to me, you had to get in the shower and just rinse off the stench because you got sold. I feel like you got lied to. This is embarrassing. And Steiny said this before he left here. He said, you know what, Goo, I feel like the Giants are chasing Correa for the wrong reasons. I go, what are the wrong reasons? Trying to bring people to flock to your product, to put seats. He's like, yeah, but his paraphrase, what he meant was like, they're not really into it for the baseball. They're doing it, because they can't close a deal. And we brought this up the other day. These words came out of your mouth, Mark Willard. Buyer's remorse. When you buy something and you take it back to because you think about it like, and that's all that this was. And shame on the Giants.
Really good.
How can you say it's a medical issue and the Mets like, oh, okay, can't you wait to sign you? And then we find out it's before, it was before his MLB career.
Turns out it was a paper cut in the 6th grade.
Man,
but
so
it was a bad
did
one.
this to get the hoopla, the fanfare, and then you backed out. And that's shameful to me. And I just think as a Giant fan, it's embarrassing.
Can I say?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, go, I'm done.
It was really, honestly, fascinating hearing you and Shasky today talking about this, because I think you guys represent two big portions of the fan base.
Mm-hmm.
Shasky's a smart guy, or doesn't do what he's doing, but he leads with his gut, right? He tends to lead emotion, and he's venting, and you tend to lead more with, your head. And both of you guys were so distraught. And in some ways, I thought you actually felt it deeper. Shasky obviously is upset and he's venting, and I could tell with you, it's almost like a weight. And I think my point is, I think the trust between the organization and the fans has been broken. That's how I feel today.
How do you fix it? How can it not?
Yeah.
How can it not?
Just broken.
Well, the timeline doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. You're going to have to pick one of these grenades and sit on it if you're the Giants. Because for you to tell us that a medical situation popped at the last minute, my response is going to be, then what the hell are you doing for the last 7 weeks?
Right.
So
there's no way that this just came up at 8:15 yesterday morning. There's zero chance. So we're going to eliminate that from the conversation. So either what the hell were you doing for the last 7 weeks, or as you just said, Guru, what the hell were you doing yesterday morning? You are a runaway bride. You just hopped in the damn FedEx truck and drove off. Wow. And then never called back. Never called back when everybody tried to get back together. And
8 hours, Boris said they hadn't heard from him.
There's no way, and this is what really feels weird. It feels like in this moment, the Giants feel like they can just walk out of the room and move on with their day,
and
without addressing this and explaining this to people who use their very, very hard-earned money to come consume your product.
Totally miscalculating.
It's like you. My gosh, they have tried to remove emotion from this franchise, apparently from the moment they got here in so many different ways, and you can't do that.
I almost think you're giving them too much credit when you say that. I've heard you say that, and maybe you're 100% right. I think maybe they're just cheap.
How can you be?
Well, if you're cheap, why would you? Like, how many players have they offered $300 million now? And I have a hard time. I got a hard time believing that they did that under the guise of we're going to back out as soon as they get here. Like, they're not doing that. They know that this is going to tick everybody off. So I still can't call them cheap. So I've got to call them risk averse because they're right. These deals usually don't work, but so what?
The fact
you have to sign them or else you don't get anyone.
Two things. One, the fact that they didn't have any kind of PR plan makes me think that maybe they didn't know. Like, they thought they could just throw health thing. What are you going to do? And people are going to go, oh, okay, good.
Oh, well.
Very smart. Very good.
Dodge the bullet.
Good job with the Mitch Haniger signing, too. But the other thing is, I think on the timeline aspect of this, I think that's a really interesting question for Bob Myers. Like, is that a realistic thing? As a GM and as a front office, are you running into medical things hours before the deal is signed?
And the Twins offered him the world, Kyle.
Yes.
So they had his medicals. If it was really something that I thought maybe we're not here, and I heard Bonte, they got to say something. Don't hold your breath, brother. Because I feel like what are they going to say, Mark?
Well,
they're saying it.
They're not going to share whatever this medical situation is. They're literally banned from doing that. But again, there are going to be questions. And that would be if I'm in the room and sorry, we can't. Like a medical situation popped up. Fine, don't tell me what it was. When?
Ooh. Yeah, they're going to hide behind that.
And if you won't tell me that, then tell me, are you here to tell me that this situation, like you went through weeks of due diligence with this person and negotiation and you didn't know?
That's crazy.
Something that happened before he even started playing Major League Baseball?
No chance.
And once he started playing Major League Baseball, he became Rookie of the Year and a multiple-time All-Star and a World Series champion.
Man.
Yet that still scares you away 2 hours and 45 minutes before you were going to introduce him?
Man,
Not to go Kalina on you, but that's crazy.
There's no way that adds up.
Yeah.
There's zero way that adds up. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app.
And I don't think there's anything I can say or anybody that could say to where, Willard, Goo, I think you're piling on. But just I heard Bonte say it. Was last Friday the deadline for the season? Like, all that plays a part in this. You let people think that this was all good, and now all of a sudden, you know what? Buyer's remorse left at the altar. I am so shocked. And what makes this look worse is the information that we got, that it was something that was there before baseball. And then the Mets basically said, come on, brother, you could play on our team.
To what extent do you think they botched it just by allowing, and maybe I understand the limitations that you pointed out, just by allowing Boris to get out in front before them with this is what happened. I mean, was that clumsy? I don't know what your options are, but now you're way behind that part of the game too.
Like, I can't even answer that one. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like, Boris beat them to the PR punch to the point where with their 2-sentence response, Boris's name was even in it.
Yes.
So they're clearly shook by what he's saying. They've played this incorrectly. It sounds like from
how do you recover
from
this?
You can't.
That's the thing. That's why this hits so hard because there's no pivot. There's no pivot. It's okay.
I mean, you can
now the season's going to start.
You can go win 98 games next year.
Okay, 107.
But how the hell are you going to do that?
Man,
Brian Reynolds,
Michael Conforto.
I mean, if you do that,
you're right.
If you do that, then it'll go away, and Brandon Crawford's going to get his victory tour at shortstop, and people will start to fall back in love with that and all that stuff. But like, what are the chances that they go out and they're good next year?
No, man. And I got to get this off my chest because you spoke to me. So TMI, I got up about 3:15. Phone was next to me.
That's not TMI.
And then it went off, and I go, this far.
If you sleep naked, it is.
And then my mentions were like Correa, and I can't see. Correa, New York. And I'm like, oh, I'm dreaming. No, he's not. But then I'm like, it's 3:16. I'm like, now I'm focusing in, like, and then I see Grandy at like 3:30 saying this. And I said, I was up for a minute like, you got to be kidding me. But for the people in the back that keep saying the Giants got played or duped, they didn't get played.
No.
They chose this.
Yes.
They looked at the receipt and probably was like, he ain't it. But people are out there saying they got played or used. They did not.
Carlos Correa did not
chose this.
He did not go, all right, here's the plan. We're going to play the Giants so that I can lose $35 million.
No.
He lost $35 million here. So nobody got duped. Nobody got duped.
I duped Rihanna into not dating me.
If you want to say they got cold feet, I'll tell you, with my wake-up story, I was so glad that I did not get up to pee last night. I made it all the way through. Because if I had gotten up to go to the bathroom, I'm serious. If I had gotten up to go to the bathroom last night, I never would have gone back to bed.
Man.
There were 28 texts on I'm like, it's 6. What the hell's going on? And it takes you a minute because one of them was from like a fantasy football chat and someone I don't even know, like it's just a number, and it goes Correa to the Mets with a question mark.
No.
And I'm like, oh, he's trolling because this whole thing is like up in the air.
Yeah.
And then I keep reading and I'm like, oh, for bleep's sake, what in the hell just happened here? Yeah. And that's when you called, and I'm like, I'm not answering this.
So you already knew.
I was in no mental space. I was still trying to figure out what the hell just happened.
So my first alarm goes off at 4:30, and that's when I grab my phone and I check to make sure no fires happened. Just to kind of, I have a text from Joe Spadoni that says OMG. And I knew exactly what it was.
Wow.
It's like, no way.
Oh, man.
Not that Correa went to the Mets, but that something bad happened. And so I go on to Twitter, and sure enough, it was just front and center.
I've never.
People are mad.
They
They should
till 4:45.
be. People are mad.
Not today.
In my life, I've never hated being right more. When I told you guys yesterday, I had the sickest feeling in my stomach.
It wasn't right.
The second I saw that email. Like sick to the core.
You were shook all day yesterday.
Because that was vague.
Remember I told you that Shasky did his rap.
Las Vegas.
Shasky did his rap. He's like, Willard, what do you think? And I'm like, I didn't even hear it.
You were consumed.
I didn't even hear it because the stuff was coming in on my phone and the email. And I'm like, oh, something's terribly wrong.
That press release to me
Something's
was
wrong.
a great example of what I think is an almost universal truth. When people don't want to tell you something, they end up telling you without meaning to. You know what I mean?
Totally.
Yeah. Like,
hey,
we're postponing this.
Well, so wait, I mean,
no,
it's
not.
I think like this is what we do for a living. Like you have to sort of be able to look at a situation and pull it apart. And sure, we speculate some, and so we're wrong all the time too. But I just feel like that. I mean, that's the way my brain works. You're going to look at a situation. These billion-dollar organizations aren't telling us the whole story. They never will. They never will. Klay Thompson, Steph Curry are hurt. Do you think you have the whole story?
Andrew Wiggins.
Andre Iguodala, you think you have the whole story? You have maybe 2% of the story. So you got to look at things and go, okay, who's behaving? It's kind of like when Steph came to talk to you. Remember when Steph talked to you? And the next day, I'm like, he's playing in the playoffs because he wouldn't do like that, right? Massage this. People's behavior, what's out of the norm. When the Giants sent that email, I'm like, that's the most out of the norm thing I've ever seen them do. So something is really weird.
Right.
And really off.
I'm going to say this, and you could be like, oh, Guru, the economics, who are you? You don't know how it is. The Steiny jokes you guys pull my chain about, I'd be broke if I were an owner. But what I do know, guys, is in business, when you run something, you have to put something back into it. And a different sport. But people in the Bay, we are lucky that we have an owner, and I said we, like Joe Lacob. Yeah. You see what he's doing with the luxury tax. The guy Cohen in New York, even if they don't win, he's throwing his money at trying to win. And my last thing before I go, Ghostbusters. Giant fans are hurt. They should be. One day, on Monday, it's Farhan. He can't close. All Guru is Mr. Johnson. It's the whole organization that gets this. Yep. So whoever gets more, the percentage of the blame pie, Whitey, bottom line is Giant fans are hurt. You sold them something, and you took it away.
Real quick, here's a quote that I think emphasizes that point. If you're always rational about every free agent, you will finish third on every free agent.
Yep.
That was Farhan's old boss, Andrew Friedman, said that a couple years ago.
Isn't he the guy tied up with FTX right now?
Sure. Yeah, I think so.
Sam Bankman-Fried. That's a bad joke.
Yeah.
You said before you go Ghostbusters. What does it mean to go Ghostbusters?
When they shoot the gun at the ghost, that's the big bazooka.
Okay.
Eddie Murray and everybody.
Okay,
that'll knock you out.
The ectoplasm.
Right, it'll spray everything.
Did you just say Eddie Murray?
Yeah, he sure did.
Hitter, Baltimore Orioles.
Yeah, he can shoot it either way. You shoot that bazooka either way, baby.
Willard, when are you going to get over this? Seriously. Because I'm a fan. I know the
win
fans
98
got to
games.
be hurt.
I can't visualize a recoverable scenario here. So I can't. I don't know. I don't know how to even answer that. Like,
you're numb.
Well, it's kind of like what Joe said earlier too. When some people, oh my gosh, will you go to a game this year? I mean, we're terrible people to ask that because we can go whenever the hell we want. But like, will I take the kids? I don't know. That'll be driven by them.
All right.
But so I'm not like I'm a Giants fan.
But you ain't forgetting this.
I'm not like picking a new team.
Yeah.
But
Bonte said he ain't going.
Yeah. Well, and that's fine. I will not argue with anyone. Like, I'm not going to sit here and tell people that they should spend money on this. Like, absolutely not. But I'll still watch the team. This is still my team. It'll always be my team.
Way, right?
No, not
with the same
way.
investment.
No.
Yeah.
It's just like there are so many questions now that go all the way to the top as to whether or not this is or has turned into a completely dysfunctional outfit.
And that's what this
And if that's what we are, and that's absolutely what it feels like they are today, then we have an unbelievably long, winding road because you don't get out of those quick. The Washington Commanders are coming to town Saturday. If there are any fans in the stands at Levi's on Saturday, ask them what it's like to go through a dysfunctional ownership franchise.
The key, as you said,
it can take decades
as
to
you
get
said,
out of this crap.
We have Joe Lacob here. He wants to win.
Yes.
We know that he wants to win. That, I think, may be the central issue here. You remember, Kyle, a big A's fan. The A's invented Moneyball. We don't have a lot of money. What are we going to do? We'll exploit market inefficiency so we can still be competitive. And then you had teams that had a lot of money. The Red Sox and Cubs said, we will spend a lot of money and still do that. And what happened? I know Theo Epstein was involved, both of us. They won championships. The Giants are going the opposite way. We have a lot of money. We're a big market franchise, but we're still not going to spend it. Why not? Because, we don't really care about winning, but we're going to make more money. And that's, I think, the root of a dysfunctional sports franchise.
I love your Friedman quote. To me, that's everything. If you are rational about every free agent, you will finish third with every free agent. Which is last. Well, because this is what it really feels like to me. And I made this comparison earlier with Kyle. If you were a fan of the original Top Gun.
It's the best thing I've ever seen.
Goose dies and Maverick wouldn't engage. And you can't win the fight if you don't engage. And the Giants right now are refusing to engage. Life is filled with, I totally messed that one up.
Yeah.
And then you recover it. But if you never engage, if in every situation you go, you know what? There's risk here. I don't want to make a mistake. You never end up leaving the house. You never experience anything. You're right. Some of the bad stuff won't happen, but none of the good stuff happens either. So if you are not going to engage, you are not going to get any of the good stuff.
Man.
And that's why this is so heavy, because this isn't one free agent. This is an indictment of how the Giants are going to operate.
Yep.
And in modern baseball, with the Mets and the Dodgers and the Phillies and the Padres throwing money around, like that's how you have to win now.
Wow.
That's how you have to compete.
Mm-hmm.
And
the Giants don't seem ready to do that.
And Farhan came in here with so much promise. It was supposed to be different. You tell me fair or foul, because I'm going blame pie now, and I need you guys in the kitchen. When you talk about Farhan Zaidi's tenure here, this supersedes to me the 107.
Oh, sure.
This is what it's about. Now, you can say, oh, it's Mr. Johnson. This is embarrassing.
Yes.
This
Even
is
after they
bad.
won 107, we've all been here a long time. There was something unique about the way Giant fans reacted to last year because they felt cheated. Like they won 107 and they're not really building on that. I thought we were ahead of the game. So even though last year they still won 81 games, a lot of Giants fans felt, wait, there's supposed to be more than this. So then on top of that, for Farhan to say, we're going to spend a lot of money, and then you think the money is spent, and then whoop, nope, I guess not. The trust is broken, shattered.
Yeah, wow.
You said Correa or bust. When Judge was no longer a thing, you said this is Carlos Correa or bust. Not only did they not get Carlos Correa, they had him.
Right.
And then no longer had him because all signs point to they went, oh, never mind. And that's the absolute worst case scenario.
And they ghosted your boy Boris. He said we were waiting to.
We're waiting for a phone call.
We could talk
Waiting for
again.
a phone call.
That is
Everybody try that.
maddening.
Try that with your kids this weekend. Let them open up a present, love it, and then take it out of their hands.
We talked about it yesterday.
Hey,
or tell them you're taking them somewhere.
Hey, don't do that.
Yeah.
Actually, don't.
Actually,
Don't
for
do that.
100%, don't do that.
Yeah, it's devastating. Kyle's made this point a couple of times. This is worse. I said everybody answers the question the same way. Okay. Is it better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all?
long.
Everyone goes, it's better to have loved and lost.
Experience.
Not today.
No.
Not today. It is worse that they got Correa and then lost him than to have never have gotten Correa at all. It is infinitely worse.
Because they gave him up.
Right. This wasn't him going, hey, you know what?
There's no
I want to go
way-
back to Minnesota.
There's no way you guys
them
can
messing
answer
it
this,
up.
but I'm going to throw it out. Because I feel like Correa's first choice was to be a Giant. He now has a home in New York. We talked about Farhan's comments about the Bay, the politics and whatnot. But I do feel like there's a part of him like, SF was my first choice. That's why I said yes.
I mean,
Beyonce
it
put
gave
a
him the
ring
most
on it.
money.
I think Carlos Correa. See, this is different than the Judge thing because Judge, it was always about
Attached to the Yankees.
Is the face
Yeah.
of the Yankees going to leave the Yankees? Correa was going to go to the high bidder,
Man.
and the Giants remain the high bidder, except for now they're not a bidder at all. They reneged and pulled their offer off the
Because of
table.
something that was there pre-baseball that is not
Pre-Rookie of the Year and multiple
man.
All-Star appearances and a World Series championship.
Well,
Something there makes them think he can't play baseball for the next decade.
We've had multiple callers call in like, I'm upset, but I don't know exactly like what to say. And that's part of the issue is this is just so unprecedented and confusing. It just doesn't align with anything we thought was going
That's
to
why
happen.
it'll be really unsettling if the Giants do, as you alluded to, if they hide behind this notion that, you know what, it's an injury, we can't say anything.
Yeah,
And
hide
you know
behind
what?
that.
Talk.
Yeah.
You got to talk.
And I'm going to say this because I said it about Joe Lacob and how lucky we are. I'm going Drake. He started from the bottom in the sense that the fans were booing him that Chris Mullin night.
Right.
And look what he's built because he's put something back into it. Is that too much to ask?
Because he wants to win.
Let us know what's going on.
Yeah.
Well, now we know.
No, you have to be authentic. Whatever the Giants do next has got to be authentic.
What did the birds say when they flew over Kmart? Cheap, 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 cheap.
Well,
no, that didn't go over.
No,
well.
again,
why do you help me out?
I think it's an easy response.
Okay,
and I don't think
I'm
that's
about to
actually
go all Ghostbusters.
I don't think it's what's actually going on because until listen, they were 2 hours and 45 minutes away from committing $350 million.
I'll just say Ray, and you guys
Like-
know that Ray has been saying for months they're not going to spend the money. They're not going to spend the money, and here they almost spent the money.
They ended up spending the money.
But are you giving them credit for spending the money? It sounds like with that.
Well, again, my point is
what did you get? What did you bring
because
home?
they've put north of $300 million on the table at minimum 3 times. We've watched it with Bryce Harper, Aaron Judge, Carlos
Stanton,
Correa,
yeah,
Stanton,
okay.
whatever. They've put the money on the table. Unless you believe that this is the game that they want to play each time, have the players say yes.
No way.
Plan a press conference. Have the player fly to San Francisco, and right before he gets to Oracle Park, go, just
There's
kidding.
no way, man.
That's not what they're doing. So therefore, I'm not going to call them cheap. I am going to call them risk-averse.
Mm-hmm.
This is a team that this is so against their nature.
The computer's talking.
It's so against their philosophy. They have taken analytics from the baseball field to the free agency conversation, and they have talked themselves out of what's needed to be done to compete in 2022.
I think analytics can be often an excuse for being cheap. I mean, who knows? Who knows who's right? But to me, I mean, it's right there in front of you. The fact that they couldn't do it when they had it to be done, and they needed to do it. And the Harper situation was a little different. We're talking about different people involved as well.
So
I don't know
April
that
opening
applies.
day 2023, they're in New York. I was lightweight excited. Okay, he's going to be your best player, Correa. What do Giant fans have to look forward to?
Well, at least they can stop by and see Correa while they're there.
Wow.
Every single thing.
And say hello to Judge.
Yeah, everything. And Rodon.
Oh, my
Yeah,
goodness.
and Durant. Like every single thing that we thought we were getting is in New York. It's all in New York right now.
Do we get the Brandon Crawford farewell tour?
Yeah.
Maybe?
Yes. Yeah. He'll be playing
Will, we get
shortstop.
live on the line? I got to go back to Bonte. You think we get a presser? Do we see something from them?
They better.
But how long are you giving them? They didn't do anything yesterday, but that vague email, and it turned into this. Why would they? And another email came out. It was like, oh, sorry, we chose to. Good luck. Like,
when
what
you
if
do
they
it,
don't?
you
How
do it.
tone deaf would that be?
You do it right before Christmas. You bury it. That's how you, you do it right before Christmas. But
Oh,
bottom
ho, ho.
line is here,
Like Friday.
Giants fans pout, Giants fans cry, Giants fans shout. I'm telling you why. Carlos is not coming.
If it's Shafty
You
on
were
the next
saving that
record.
one. By the way, are you doing that on the show today? I saw you looking for 2023 Giant slogans.
Yeah, I don't know.
Are you gonna
You know how it is?
today?
It's like, hey, this is kind of funny. And then it's really not that
It's
funny.
super
depressing.
Sick to the stomach.
I threw out a couple at you on Twitter. I don't know if you saw them. S-up throw up.
Okay.
Instead of
I'm gonna
S-up
give you
game
a
up,
time.
right? How about hashtag Let's Get Physical, Giants baseball, right? That one went over. That took
I
a
like
minute.
it. I like
went
it.
over Guru's head.
Help me out with that one.
How about Carr lost Correa?
Now
how about
that's a
that
four.
one?
That
Would we
might
like
be
to-
it. Yeah, that might be it.
Boy, if your name is Carlos, don't come around here no more.
San Francisco Giants. Oops, sorry.
Oops, we did
Close,
it again.
but no cigar.
2023 San Francisco Giants. This could have been an email.
Wow,
Second place in every spot except for the standing.
that is bad.
It's just,
Oh, well.
yeah. It's it. Yeah, oh, well.
And what about people bought season tickets thinking they were
That's a
seeing
Brock
Correa?
Purdy.
Listen, they're gonna-
that one
Purdy.
is, that's
Listen.
the
Can he play
foul
short?
part of
Listen,
this.
listen.
If you really want to get to the nitty gritty,
Their inbox is full this morning. There's no doubt about that. The inbox is full.
he said
What-
fool.
And it's completely full. And to your guy's point, I mean, it does right now have a drumbeat as if the Giants are not going to publicly speak on this. And if they do that, it is yet again
Swing and a miss.
the biggest tone-deaf thing of all the tone-deaf things that they've done. If they really believe that Scott Boras can talk to The Athletic by 9 in the morning, Carlos Correa can join the Mets, and they really believe that 2 sentences, medical stuff, sorry, can't talk, if they really believe that's enough, then they are truly that deep in the weeds with regard to what's happening out on the streets.
By process of elimination, if that's the case. We don't know. That would suggest to me that it's all the way at the top. Because Farhan at least understands.
It's totally at the top. And that does not mean Farhan. It's all of them. Your blame pie, everybody's going to get their piece.
We all eating.
But I want everyone to, do you really think Farhan as an individual had the ability to kill this deal by himself? No. Like he went to the owners.
I don't even think he wanted to get the 13 for 3. Okay.
You know what? Just not feeling it. And they're like, all right, never mind. No.
Woke up with a funny feeling today, guys.
Right. Yeah, just not into you.
Just
not that into it.
I wanted to bring this up earlier and didn't. You brought up their inbox being full today. I want to pour one out for the season ticket sales reps who are dealing with that.
That's right.
And the Giants social media team, who has undoubtedly been bending over backwards to get all this awesome Carlos Correa content ready that will just never get used.
If you, on top of that, Kyle, if you believe, and I do, in the baseball gods and superstition, if you think this is karma, the way that they dealt with Bochy, he's in Texas. I would go to Vegas right now and put my money on Texas and Bochy to have a great season, and we could watch the former manager, which, he was shown the door, the Texas Rangers, if how they're doing business and how they are just basically ignoring the fans, that could come home to roost to where you don't make the playoffs, but you watch Texas and Bochy do something.
Kyle, great stuff today. Guru,
great stuff.
Whitey, good to see you. Can't wait to hear what you guys have to say about
this. Get better,
this.
brother, because I could tell you down.
Yeah. It's
pro effort from you today. This is basically your flu game.
We are all brought to you by Bed Bath & Beyond, and I'm going to go find a big Snuggie and lay in it for the rest of the day.
Hey, here's a holiday gift from Bed Bath & Beyond. Between now and Christmas, get 25% off your entire purchase by texting JOY to 239663. That's 239663. New offers every day at Bed Bath & Beyond. Exclusions apply. See website for details.
It's the second game of a back-to-back for the Dubs.
Poole drives all the way, flipping high up in the air. It's up and good, and he got fouled.
Today, the Warriors take on the Brooklyn Nets at 4:30.
Poole down the lane, floater up and good. He's got 36.
Don't miss a second of the action.
His confidence is booming here. He feels like he can score every time.
Right here on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Without Prilosec, I wouldn't be able to enjoy all this yummy holiday food. Speaking of, whoever made that apple pie, delicious. I just take one pill each morning and zero heartburn all day. So cheers to Prilosec OTC. Ooh, are those jalapeno poppers?
Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid that can cause heartburn, so you can enjoy the holidays. One pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Bay Current, a KCBS Radio original podcast.
I started it and made just a terrible, terrible, loud noise.
That's the telltale sign that you're another victim in the Bay Area's latest crime epidemic, catalytic converter theft. On the latest episode of Bay Current, we examine why thefts are up 185% since 2018.
You start to get into more organized crime.
Subscribe to Bay Current on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase Player Claim. Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to... I'm sorry, did you say hundreds? Yes. I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized? Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks. Ooh, what about mattresses? Yep, those too. Dressers? Sofas? Yes, and yes. I think I need a bigger cart. Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-543-3399. That's 800-543-3399. 800-543-3399.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
And for Steiny today, Kevin Michael Whitey Gleason. Thrilled to be with the great Guru. Do you have your TV obligations fulfilled now, Coach?
Oh, that's a little
wow.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm excited to see you. Happy holidays. Not too much happiness in the Bay right now.
Are they happy holidays?
Yeah, nah, it's not. This is foul, man. This is bad.
First things first here. This is a Warrior Wednesday, and at some point here, Bob Myers will be joining us, and I'm sure he'll have some very interesting things to say about what's going on with the Giants, just as he did when you guys talked to him after the judge.
I felt like that was a seminar. He opened up so much, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. That was tremendous. So we're looking forward to that. It is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by SFO. Go to flysfo.com/winter for your chance to win $1,000 towards a nonstop flight from SFO today. But Goo, my goodness, the more we talk about it, the more it seems clear to me that either the Giants are going to have to come out very strongly, forcefully, honestly, and deal with this, or they're going to be dealing with a splintered relationship with their fan base. a splintered degree of trust, at least throughout the rest of this year.
There's no doubt.
Very, very dangerous situation for them.
No doubt. And I'll tell you, every second and minute that goes by and we don't hear from them, that they're basically, to me, the message is to the fan base, we don't give a damn what you think. We got our process. We got our way of doing it. And again, I just can't shake our own Bonte Hill talking about last Friday's deadline in regard to the season tickets. But at that juncture, you might hit send or yes on season tickets because you believe your team went and got their version of the big fish after the Judge debacle. And now almost a week later, something medical that the Mets basically were like, we don't give a damn. That's nothing because it hasn't affected your body. This just reeks. And I feel like, and I was an old salesman, this is the ultimate MLB version of the bait and switch. And they don't give a damn. They don't give a damn.
So the Giants are pulling the bait and switch on us.
Yeah, they're probably popping bubbly.
If that's the way it happened, and it sure looks that way, and until the Giants come out and clarify, you can't blame us for speculating, right? But if that's the way it went down, it tells me that your baseball people were on board and ready to go, and somebody higher up at some point said, yeah, I don't know about this. And that's why if you have that split in your organization, then that makes it a lot tougher for you as an organization to issue any kind of statement, because all of a sudden it's like, well, we think that, and we think, what's going to be the statement? How do we feel about that? Because they don't want to tell us what really happened.
Wow, Whitey, it's just, again, if I'm a Giant fan, I'm offended. And you talk about damage control. What about that raggedy email that was sent out yesterday? I would at least had somebody
That email
speak.
was ass.
Okay, dude, that's a 4. There's Shady McCoy. But I mean, how do you do that? How do you not expand and say, stick with this? This is what we got going on.
Yeah.
And then for Boris to come out and say, after they found the quote unquote medical issue, they ghosted him, basically, not to call him and see, okay, can we get that number low? But it was almost like, hey, pull my finger. We don't have to do this deal. But we got kudos from Whitey and Guru last week in 95.7 The Game for finally closing the deal.
It's one of two things. Either it is you got this split where we don't know what our message is going to be here because we can't tell people what really happened, or, and there may be some truth to what I think Farhan said in his only statement since this has happened, we're not allowed to discuss medical issues. Now, there's a lot of truth to that. It's just a matter of, all right, that's understandable. But as we said, everybody knows this, if they continue to hide behind that, you know what? We'd like to tell you what happened, but we can't. Wink, wink. In other words, like, it's not our fault. That won't fly here. And if they think that's going to fly, they're delusional.
So you and I love the sport of baseball.
Yes.
Sports in general. You get attached to a player. You get attached to players. And for a week, 8 days, Giant fans thought they had a new face of the franchise. Taking a shower, driving to the grocery store, and you veer off and you think, oh, man, we got Correa. I can't wait for April in New York. And now that's just taken away from you. And Willard talked about it. He talked about giving a kid a gift and taking it back. Yesterday, I told him during the changeover with him and Kyle and Larry, it's almost like telling a kid when they're young, hey, we're going to Disneyland, then you don't take them. It's that same type of impact. Like, darn it, why did I tell them? But this is foul. It's weak. And now the Giants are dead. They're boring. They are boring.
888-957-9570, Xfinity Mobile text line. So you guys were pretty worried about this yesterday, huh?
Yeah, I didn't like it. And, you know, we got through the show. We didn't hear any news. And I took that as a bad sign. Got home, kicked my feet up. I was like, nothing. Quiet on the set. Shout out NWA. But this is I think, how can Farhan, and you could say Goo, it's bigger than him. All right, I'll give you that.
It's bigger than him, Goo.
But his job title is you're the Bob Myers of the San Francisco Story Giants. How do you come back from this? I'm asking, how?
You have to be able to give people something that they will accept as, all right, I don't like that, but I accept some kind of explanation. I don't know what that is. That's the start. And then on top of that, at some point, you have to put together a competitive team. And I know they've made some strides towards that, maybe. I mean, Lucien Rodon, let's not forget. I mean, he was a huge piece of the little success they had last year. I think that's the only way, Goo. I'm not saying, oh, yeah, there's a way, it'll be easy. But just to answer your question, I think that's the only way. Look, this is what happened. It was regrettable, but here we are. And then on top of that, maybe you make – I still think they need to make another acquisition of some kind between now and spring training that gets people feeling a little bit better about things. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, well, no. This was a big deal. And Hanniger, I'm not hating on him, but you're not.
Are you a
box
Hanniger
office.
hater?
No, I'm just like, you're a guy. When you're the best ability is availability. My thing is you're in a division with stars.
I know.
You have none.
Well,
yours are aging out.
You're right. And what really sucks is that one team in the division that doesn't operate that way, a team that develops their own players, is Arizona, and they're further ahead in that than you are.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday.
So they don't go out and get stars. They build a team the way you've been trying, but they've been doing it better than you.
Yeah, I'm just and again, the sport we love, Whitey, I'll say that, baseball, it can get monotonous, it can get a bit boring, but when you got that, when's Whitey coming up to bat? You know, that Barry Bonds type of feeling.
Yeah.
I'm not saying
Fans
Correa
my
was
Little
that,
League team,
but he was
said that all the time.
arguably your best player on the team.
Yes.
And to the nerds in the back that say, I love you, Brian Ratto, our guy here, engineer extraordinaire, all that, they dodged a bullet in 2027. You know what? Go to your local hospital, take a peek in the rooms, take a walk around the cemetery, your local cemeteries. This is how I live my life now. Tomorrow is not promised.
Right.
So quit telling me about something that's going to pop off in 2028. I'm worried about April 2023 and what this team was supposed to be. Come on, man.
I think he may have been right, but I still think they should have done it.
But
They should
talk
have
to me.
signed
We
him
might not be
anyway.
here in 28 to find out if he was right.
Yeah.
This is bad. And then it happened in the middle of the night. Didn't it feel like this happened in the middle of the night?
I got up this morning and I checked some story on The Athletic about it, and I saw something,
You
like
sleep
like
with
you
your
said,
phone?
No, I don't do that.
It's right
and this
next
is
to
why
me.
I don't
That's
do
probably
it.
why I'm-
This is why I don't do it. But I see something about Correa and all this money and agreement, and I was like, what do I care about what the – and the Mets. It's like, what do I care about what the Mets think of the Giants deal? And because it was just like not on my radar at all.
No
and then the
way.
more I kept going, I saw ESPN or MLB.com, wherever. Wait a minute. What happened? Just, unthinkable.
You know what the rat on the – I know we got calls. The rat on the table is?
What is that?
In the Bay. I'm going to call it the yay for you, Whitey. You got the Golden State Warriors, ballers. You got the San Francisco 49ers. I'm talking about the front. They get it done. Ballers.
Yeah.
And then you got baseball. And it is – I feel like it's welfare. I feel like it's food stamps. It's like you are the Giants, man. Y'all still got money from the World Series. Like, spend it. And the guy Cohen in New York, like, they may not win the Mets, but I love that you're trying.
The Giants
All
are
the
becoming
money you guys are
yeah.
making, man.
The
and
Giants.
you wonder why I'm going along with it. Westbrook today.
All good.
You wonder why fans ain't coming to the park. Give them a Sinatra to come see. Elton John.
The Giants are becoming the A's with better packaging.
Ooh, man.
The Giants are becoming the A's just in a shinier box.
Oh, man. That is not good. That is not good.
888-957-9570. Let's talk to Kevin and Martinez on 95.7 The Game. Kevin, how you dealing with all this today?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I wanted to talk about two things. Number one, Farhan. Man is 0 for 5 right now. He struck out on Bryce Harper last year.
Wow.
Aaron Judge, Rodon, now Correa. We have no one coming up in our farm system. 0 for 5. And this is just a few years after, we won three World Series in 5 years. Completely has destroyed this organization. And then number two, Charles Johnson. The dude has got to go. I mean, he doesn't represent the Bay Area. I don't know how I can go to a game or even watch them on TV anymore, knowing that, he donated to people like Herschel Walker or J.D. Vance. Man is just a disgrace.
Well, that's fine, Kevin. I understand where you're coming from, but we don't. Your politics are your own, and bless you for that. We just don't need to drag this. This is difficult enough as it is without dragging that into it. Thank you. I know you're on hold for quite a while. We appreciate it. Patrick in South City, 95.7 The Game. Patrick, you're on with Guru and Whitey. What's up?
Are you there?
Yes, we're here. Are you there?
Today.
Yeah. What's up, Patrick?
I'm a corporate sponsor of the Giants and been watching this team for 45 years. I want to read you an email I sent to Larry Bear and Farhan, and just bear with me because I think it will sum up the frustration of all of us. Is that okay?
Yeah, as long as, it's not too lengthy. Go ahead, go get it.
No,
Yeah.
it's cool, but it'll sum up everything I think we want to say.
Okay.
So I said, well, congratulations to both of you. You have both managed to turn this very proud franchise into the laughingstock of Major League Baseball, and I hope you're both satisfied. As a matter of fact, none of us fans believe this physical nonsense. The truth is we fans are smart enough to know that both of you staged this whole fiasco just to shut the fans up and show us you were trying to sign someone big, when we all know you never had any intention of signing Judge, Bryce, or any superstar because you are cheapskates. Winning 107 games was the worst thing that ever happened to this team because it made you both cocky and arrogant that you could win games without having any superstars. And what you think proves all your analytics and were justified. It was actually more humiliating for us to win 107 games and get bounced in the first round because we had no star players to drive in runs than it would have been to lose 100 games. Now, while you all were wasting time on all these distractions, you managed not to sign any good players the past week that have all signed 1 to 2 year deals that could have all helped our pathetic team. Just in the last 3 days, we lost Justin Turner, Michael Brantley, J.D. Martinez, Joey Gallo, and Sean Murphy, who are all on 1 to 2 year deals. Then I say, Farhan, let's speak the truth here. You haven't done anything for this team since you've been here except destroyed with your analytics, and we're sick of it. It was you who caused Buster to retire early. It was you who was the reason Bochy left. Do us a huge favor and quit now. We're tired of these third-rate players.
Got you, Patrick. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
He covered it all.
Whether that's true or not, Patrick's not the only one feeling that way, and that's a huge issue for the Giants, whether it's even true or not, that's the perception now. I understand where he's coming from. And again, that just speaks to the magnitude of the job ahead for them right now in the short term to sell this, to placate their fans, to rebuild that trust. Look, we have to explain what happened. And they're already behind in that game because Scott Boras is beating them like a drum in that too.
Yeah, and that's why they're looking bad. And my question to you, Whitey, is, and we talked about it with Willard and Kyle, there's no way in hell the Giants did this knowing, we got an out when we do the physical. Because you wouldn't. So I don't believe
that's hard
that,
to imagine.
But how could you have any doctor say, this thing is going to get worse?
Yeah.
Because, so that man. Like the Mets looked at it like, man, he's had no issue with it.
Obviously, it looks more like, hey, we're going to do this great. And then somebody's saying,
unless you really weren't in it or were doing it for the wrong, announcement, the Stein, doing it for the wrong reasons.
Maybe. It looks to me more like there's a split. Like most people we're on board. And then somebody with a lot of sway decided, no, I don't think we should be doing this.
Can I ask you this, Waddy, real quick?
Yes.
All I know about Mr. Johnson, I don't know much, but it's politics, and they don't agree with mine. Your prerogative, but they're bad. I mean, if it is all about him, how sad is it that you never see him?
I don't know. That's just the way it is
talks.
now.
There's no relationship.
There was a time, and we remember, if you've been a fan a long time, you remember that, I was just talking to somebody about this yesterday, you pretty much knew who owned every team in baseball. Gussie Busch owned the Cardinals, right? Marge Schott owned the Reds. And now it's not that way. Because now these are investments. They're not like, this is my team and we're going to win.
Almost, yeah.
Yeah. During the lockout, I was in for Damon and we had Tim Kirkjian on. And Tim Kirkjian said, some people think that the owners now, they don't really care about baseball. They're trying to make as much money out of it now as they can because they feel that within a reasonable number of years, the whole thing's going to tank. They feel like baseball's dying and they're just trying to make as much money as they can now. I don't know if that's true.
He went a little Troy Aikman there, but yeah, I get
that's how this looks, and that's what stinks about it.
Okay, and let me tell you what else stinks. We need a whole box of Pampers here. The fact that this sport has no salary cap. And teams are blowing right past it. You look at the Dodgers. Okay, they got one World Series to show for it in the bubble, but still, they throw money.
They try.
That's all.
Yeah.
Like as a fan, it's not your money. You're not. Come on, man.
Yeah.
This is the 4th largest market. This is bad.
You're either trying to win or you aren't. And if you're not, okay, fine. But good luck convincing fans that they should care.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at the Giants, 107 wins, and then how much money did they spend the next offseason? I know there was a lockout, but what? They didn't want to sign Gausman. They did sign Rodon and Peterson,
let him
but
go.
didn't spend a lot of money, right? I'm talking about last year.
Yeah.
So that was how they followed up 107 wins out in the first round. The Mets this year, 101 wins. They're out in the first round. They just spent how much? $801 million.
Say it again, Whitey.
$801 million. Now, in all fairness, if the Correa deal had gone through, if the Giants had kept him, they would have been among the top 5 spenders this offseason. But they're not. So that's why it's fair to question, all right, the Mets, clearly their owner wants to win, and other owners aren't happy about it. But as fans, that's what we want. If you want us to invest all this money, you have to convince us you want to win. And right now, the Giants are going to have a hard time convincing their fans that they want to win.
Oh, man. And to send that, I believe it was Farhan not too long, a couple hours ago, we wish him the best of luck. Like, oh, man,
what are you supposed to say?
Yeah, it's just do what
He's
you
a
did
really
yesterday.
good
Don't say a
player.
damn thing.
Yeah, I know we were talking before the show started. You can quibble with this or that. Carlos Correa's really good. He's a phenomenal shortstop.
He was going to be your best player.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
All right.
We were doing some impersonations. We'll probably break them out before I get out of here.
We were?
We had some fun.
Oh, you were doing Johnny Most. Yeah. 888-957-9570. Let's see. Bob in San Francisco has a positive note for us, Bob. We could use one. What do you got?
I'll do negative first.
Okay.
This is how you turn Pac Bell Park into Candlestick. It's going to be a ghost town out there.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And first off, on the positive side, what do we do next? I know, they blew it. They're lying to their fans. They're not investing in their fans. They're running this just like every other corporation, investors, as you suggested. This is the way that it is right now in the world, and I think they're no different. And it very well may be that baseball is going to tank. But still, come on. What are you saving the money for? I mean, didn't they have a plan C? Couldn't they get 5 other guys on the team that are relatively, a little better than average? But they're not even doing that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand what's going on. I have no idea what's going on with this team. But, I'm not going to say fans should boycott, but they're thinking that the stadium is an ATM, and it's not. Mm-hmm. So I don't know what they're thinking.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate that. It's a great question. What's next? And I can't wait to find out. But I'm preparing to be underwhelmed by whatever their response is.
Waddy, I'm on record, and I don't want to confuse you here, but there are parts of my experience at 3rd and King at that ballpark that I'm in Mexico with the scenery when I glance over and look at the body of water and just the infrastructure. That's just me. That's how much I think of that park. But now, one thing we know for sure, attendance is down, and the honeymoon, this no shade, could be over with hey, forget the product on the field, which actually won 3 World Series in that bill. My point is, now it's more about, okay, who are the new Crawfords? Who are the new Posies? Who are the new Brandon Belts? The new era.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's where they're striking out right now, and that's why I think, okay, hey, we've seen and gone to the ballpark for the ballpark. It's more about the product.
The weird thing is that I agree with you. The fact that appears to have happened right after they won 107 games. That's when, after last offseason, there was still a little, I thought they're going to do more. The Dodgers are doing a lot. They got Freddie Freeman. Oh, that's all right. Okay. Then they only win 81. So we went from 107 to fans being as disillusioned as I've ever seen Giants fans. In the course of one season, going from, man, we're ahead of schedule, this is great, to now we're listening to Giants fans saying, I don't trust this team. I don't know what they want. That's a remarkably quick turnaround.
And if I had $1 for every time I've heard that since we've been in the green room about what can they do now, my answer is zilch.
I heard you say that on TV.
Farrah Fawcett, the beauty queen's not out there. My thing to you is, if I were running the Giants and it wasn't Johnson, it was Farhan, I'd call him in here. I'd say you're on a PIP, performance improvement plan.
It would be Johnson, just a different Johnson.
Yeah, well, there you go. And Ohtani would be on you got to get Ohtani. Ooh. Now, some will say, I'm done. I'm not opening my heart to you fools. You can't close the back door. But Ohtani could make this go away, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's way down the road. Whitey, people are already done.
Scary
but
thing.
Ohtani.
Yep. You know, the scary thing about that, you mentioned how much the Dodgers usually spend. And if you check the numbers, it's like, they're not doing much. How come? What's up with the Dodgers? And a lot of people think they are building up their war chest for Ohtani next offseason. A lot of people think that's what the Dodgers are quiet now, because they're going to make a run at Ohtani, who had a lot of interest in going there before. And if I had to, I don't want to do this, if I had to, I'd bet you money right now that's where Ohtani goes. He's going to be a Dodger. I would bet you money.
And I want to be wrong. That'd be minus 250 in Vegas. Like, that's what they'd be the leaders in the clubhouse. But what confidence do you have in the Giants, man? This is bad. The Mets looked at the medical and said, come on. And they looked at the medical like he had. It's just, man. I feel bad for Giant fans, man.
I do too. And it was unbelievable. We've never seen anything like it, right? I mean, you talk to anybody, and we'll talk to, hopefully Bob Myers will join us today. And obviously he doesn't know any of the particulars about this particular negotiation, but this is what he does for a living. So I'm sure he was very surprised. Can't wait to get his views on that. And Giants fans now, I mean, on top of, we got Judge. Oh, no, that was an inadvertent tweet, which is not the Giants' fault. But still, on top of that, you get this. The Giants should be going door to door right now to every fan's house and saying, look, we're sorry about this. What can we do? Right? Instead, what do we get? It ain't going to get it done. All right, coming up next year, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. I'm going to try to see this from the Giant side. That is next. It's Steiny Guru, Whitey in for Steiny. We are sponsored by Pfizer.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Giants fans want answers.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want a baseball team.
Well, you're not going to get a baseball team this year.
Who ordered the code red on Correa?
I don't give a damn what you think you are entitled to. You ordered the code red. I did the job. Did you order the code red? You're goddamn right I did. This is baloney.
This team sucks. And this happens. The Giants, they get clowned. It's a perfect word. They got clowned.
Find out right here on 95.7 The Game.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
1877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Christmas time is here with greatest deals on power tools at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw and take home 2 free batteries to top it off. Fasteners Inc. at 2897 Monterey Road or fastenersinc.net.
Dell Technologies' Days of Deals for Business start now with fresh, limited quantity deals on tech to drive productivity. Save on select performance laptops and desktops powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, plus free shipping on everything, and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
ZZ Top and Leonard Skinner are coming to Shoreline Amphitheater August 10th, and 95.7 The Game has your tickets. For your shot to win and get in the running for the grand prize, 2023 Shoreline Lawn Pass. Head to 957thegame.com.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Whitey in for Steiny today on 95.7 The Game. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for your participation, especially on a little Twitter question I threw out, Goo. 2023 Giants, anybody got any slogans? And we've just a rather heavy response, which I appreciate. This is my leader in the clubhouse. 2023 Giants, it's tragic inside. What do you think of that one? Is that a little too strong? You know, remember they used to have, it's magic inside. Remember Boach used to say that around 2010?
You know,
it's magic
party
inside.
He said, I don't remember that one.
Tragic
that
inside.
Might be, well, did you do a Steiny earlier? Was that
Yes, because I said Steiny.
I would give you a 3.
Not really. Steiny not here.
Man.
Steiny not here today.
Enjoying his fam and vacation.
Yeah.
Who saw this coming? I didn't.
Nobody. It's never happened before.
I was talking to Ray Ratto in the break, and You tell me if I came across with, Boris, like it was the gospel, like he's not lying and he don't have an agenda. But I kind of believe him, right? Like they're all liars, but just in life, right? But this is it's Rick Barry. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is. I'll be interested to hear what Bob Myers thinks of this. And I'll say this about Ray Ratto, because he doesn't listen, so he can't hear me. So I'll say something complimentary. When I was in for Damon, since the end of last baseball season, a number of times Ray and I would talk about the Giants, and I'd tell him about Judge and this and that, and he'd say, they're not going to spend the money. We don't know that they're going to spend the money. And I was telling him, they can't say they're going to spend the money and then not. They can't do that. He said, well, we just don't know if they're going to spend the money. And then when they signed Correa, I almost, glad I didn't, almost sent him a little text like, I told you so, but I'm glad I didn't. Because if that's the case, this is going to do so much damage to the relationship.
No doubt. And we got our guy Bob Myers on the line right now, Whitey. Bob, how you doing?
Hey, Bob.
I gotta stop. The last time I came on was the day after Judge. By the way, I saw Judge yesterday in our hotel in New York, and I said, "Can I at least get an explanation?" This is a true story. And he started laughing.
Oh,
it was Kerr and I in the lobby of our hotel in New York, and he walked by. I don't know what he was doing there, and he walked by, and Steve and I looked at him, and we were nice. Say, "Hey, congratulations." I joked. I said, "Can I get an explanation?" He just started laughing. But anyways, last time I came on was the day after that. I got to stop coming on, man.
Bob, people love that, too. Why you got something to read?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Bob, and it's great to talk with you. The Executive Show brought to you by AFICI, Afici, San Francisco's newest culinary adventure, located at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Go to www.afici.com to book your reservation today. Bob, we got so many things to talk about before we even get to the Warriors last night. How about it? I mean, I know it's not fair to ask you, it wouldn't be right to ask you to comment on any of the particulars of this, but you do this for a living, and we've never, as I just said, we've never seen anything fall apart like this, anything of this magnitude. So what's your reaction as far as anything you can share with us about what the hell happened?
Well, I mean, first of all, it sucks. It does. It's just, people think somebody wins in these situations. Correa actually lost money. Giants obviously are the biggest. It hurts them the most because the opportunity is gone. You can't pivot. That's the most painful thing for a team. And you can't. There's this small window of time, and that goes for any team in free agency where these things happen fast, and there's competition, and there's offers that are out there beyond your own. So just getting an agreement is hard. But I think what listeners and we're realizing now is, and if you're in the business, you do kind of know, these things are very rare. But there's this moment in time, just like if somebody came to your house and said, yeah, I'll buy your car for $20,000 or whatever it is, and you shake hands. And that's okay, fine, we shook hands. But then the guy calls, yeah, I bought a different car. You can't really do a lot about that. So in sports, it's even worse because when you sign a player and you get an agreement, it's public. And part of that's actually helpful because it alerts the other teams in the market that this player is off the market. And the agents honor that 99% of the time. The only times I've seen an agent back out is when a player will tell that agent, I have second thoughts, and the agent will then call the team and say, I'm really sorry, this guy changed his mind. That I have seen happen as on the agent side and on the team side, and it's never good. Teams rarely do that. I've really never really seen a team say we changed our mind. But then there's this part that we all saw happen where there's a physical. And again, Whitey, you prefaced it. I have no idea what happened. I don't think I'll ever know. But in any event, it's public knowledge that there was a disagreement on the medical. That happens too. And you risk these things, this small percentage of losing a player. And so for me, speaking from my standpoint, we've signed big players. I've represented players where there is this gap where we're sweating it out, whether as an agent or a team, hoping that the physical is fine. It's a footnote in the eyes of the public because we've got this player, it's announced, it's all happy, everything's good. And meanwhile, there's a trade call, there's doctors, and when you're talking about guaranteed money, and that's what happens in the NBA and Major League Baseball, it's all guaranteed money. And it's very strictly laid out that you get your money, and that's what's bargained for, and that's how that business works.
It's interesting, Bob.
The last thing I'll say is, healthy or not, you get your money. So the NFL, I would say you can maneuver contracts and renegotiate, not so much in baseball and in basketball.
Bob, it's incredible you say that, because last time you were on and you just mentioned it, you talked to us about the courtship of Durant and the inside, and people ate that up. My question to a guy like you in your position, how much of your job and the things that you do to try to land or bring something to your organization, you have to run by, the owner or your boss?
Look, Goo, $300 million, no GM gets to make a decision that is $300 million, nor should they. That's the decision of the guy that owns the team. He gets to make that. You can recommend it, and every GM has a different amount of authority, and you earn that, or some owners are more engaged than others. Speaking from my perspective, yeah, and I think 90% or more of GMs clear these things with their owner because the money is so big now. It's not. I think in the past, not that the deals were small, but I'm talking about $300 million, and you're talking about what happens if you get it wrong or right. Owner engagement has probably never been more than it is now, because I think when you buy a team for $1 billion, $2 billion, $3 billion, you're going to be involved in your team for the most part. That wasn't always the case. 25 years ago, teams were going for $100 million, $200 million. Still an absolutely crazy amount of money for most people, but that's different. This is going to sound bad to say, but there was a lot of people that could buy a team for $100 or $200 million 15, 20 years ago. There's not a lot of people now that have $3-4 billion to buy a team, a football team, a baseball team, a basketball team. So the people that do want to know what's going on, and I get that. So, Goo, I can't think of a situation where an owner would not say yay or nay to that type of situation or decision.
Bob Myers with us on 95.7 The Game at Steiny, and Guru Whitey in for Steiny. Bob, here's something that stands out to me about this, and obviously, you've dealt with it as an agent, as a GM, so maybe I'm just wrong, but it seems to me typically a deal of this magnitude, when a team said, yeah, we've come to terms with a guy, typically it's implied that, we're on board, and you don't expect as a fan to hear about what appears, at least from what Scott Boras is saying, to be maybe a minor medical issue throwing a wrench into things. And that's where I think a lot of fans are going, wait a minute, how this is a huge deal and you had him, and now it's something that happened a long time ago. So in your view, how rare is something like that cropping up in a deal like this?
So in law school, they taught me that words are pretty powerful and matter. And the key thing you just said was minor. So and I'm not criticizing you, Eddie. I don't think, I don't think this was minor.
Okay.
Now, look, I could be wrong, and it could have been a lot of different things, to be honest.
Right.
But I would hope and assume that if it was minor, and I was in a situation here where I forget, a long time ago, where a player's physical came back, and we changed some protection on a second-round pick, and that was my first year doing it. And it was a minor thing, and we figured it out. But that was a trade with a team where the physical came back. That wasn't a free agent signing. So maybe a little bit more time, a little bit more space, where when you're in a situation in free agency, you're negotiating with Scott Boras, who obviously is very good at what he does and has direct lines to owners. I met him in a game in L.A. one time, and I was talking to him a few years ago, and he told me unsolicited, he's like, I talk to owners. I said, well, I guess if you can, you should, and it wasn't a slight on me. He was just, I'm not in baseball. Just tell me what he does. So, a guy like that, but I'm not saying he's distrusted or untrustworthy. He obviously has to have great relationships with every GM. He has so many players. So I can't speculate. I know it's your guys' job to speculate. I can only say that anytime these agreements are reached verbally, there is an exposure level that 95% of the time is fine, but it's there. and this is a GM's fear. This is an owner's fear. This is a fan base's fear. This fan base, the Bay Area may now have learned a hard lesson in that whether the Warriors announce something, or the Giants, the 49ers, maybe it's different in football, until that press conference happens, that deal is probably not signed, or until the team releases an official statement, which it never happened, right? Did they ever officially say they signed it?
Just that they had agreed to terms, never that they had signed it. Yes, you're right.
So you say agreed to terms. And I think we do that too, actually. Maybe. But until you say it's signed, now, that's kind of hard medicine to swallow for fans because, you want to think something's said and done. And I don't think anybody lied or was disingenuous here. I just think it was one of those very rare situations, and I don't know if we'll ever know. And
fair enough.
I mean, it could happen to me. I don't know. It's part of the business, and it's just too bad it happened to the Giants from somebody that knows those people, and it's just for our fans. And it's a tough one. It's a hard one.
Bob, I got to tell you this, man. I'm in my living room 2 weeks ago before you guys get ready to take on Boston. I tend to believe I speak for the fans. And Woj comes out, you let me know if I'm doing too much here with your contract status, and where you're at now. And little Daryl looks over to me. He's like, Bob's going somewhere. I'm like, I text Donnie frantic. I'm like, hell no, Bob ain't going anywhere.
Fans are worried. Yeah, fans are very concerned. All the skins on
the wall that you have for the people listening, Bob, you're going to be around, right?
How old's your son?
18.
Okay. I thought he was younger.
Yeah. He's team manager for Santa Clara men's hoop, Bob, so I'm kind of proud.
Yeah, I talked to your son about it. Him and I can talk about it. I'm really not. I'm not. People, I know what I had to say something when I was asked, but I'm really just focused on the season. I'm not worried about it. I'm focused on our season, and that's my main focus. And we got enough. I'm not worried about me right now. We could talk about last night, which is probably, I'm glad we've avoided it and we've talked for 10 minutes or so. I got to figure out some things more than me with our team and focus on. I thought you were going to say you thought we were turning the corner in Boston, and I thought we're not in Boston. We played Boston.
Nope,
and I kind of would agree with that. And, obviously Curry going down, but we have to. We got to find some kind of rhythm, and that's my job. And was at dinner last night with Steve after the game, and these are we got to find a path here where we get some consistency, and it's hard to do when you're injured. But every team has injuries, and to be fair and self-critical, we were struggling when we were healthy. So that's my focus. And tonight we got a lot of guys out too.
Man.
So. Yeah, Goo, I appreciate the support. I do.
You're my guy, man.
I know you want the Warriors to do well. Like I said, I should be focused on us, and I know the Giants thing's a big deal, but we gotta try to get this ship right with our team. And as a GM, you can look at your team through rose-colored glasses, or sometimes you're too critical. We got to figure out what we are. That boss you brought up that night, I thought I had a sense of it, and then you struggle, and then you have to be patient, but you also have to be impatient. So I'm rambling, but I need to focus.
We really appreciate it, Bob. We're asking all this stuff about the Giants and your contract, and we really appreciate the answers you're giving us. But yeah, there was a game last night. There's a game tonight, as you well know. I thought there were some positives last night. Kuminga, to my eye, made two of the best passes he's ever made as a pro, one to Wiseman, one in transition. Ty Jerome and Lamb. I love Ty Jerome, these two-way players. People text us all the time. Why are these two-way players playing? Because they're playing really well. So that's been, kudos to you and your staff. But as far as this season, Bob, is there any way this thing gets turned around without either somebody on the roster making huge strides or you going out and bringing somebody else in?
That's a key question right there. That is a question that changes and fluctuates to a certain point, Whitey, where that question needs an answer at some point. It's not that I don't want to answer it today, but I've learned in this business that the answer to that question evolves throughout the season. So as much time as we can take to evaluate that and get it right, because once you make a deal, it's done and you can't go back. So with the Russell stuff, when we moved him for Wiggins, that was a thought for a long time until it came to fruition the day of the deadline. But first, the question that you asked needs to be answered in the form of yes or no. And then if the answer is a change needs to be made, what's the change? I think that we, at some point soon, in the next however many few weeks, we have to decide what is the answer to that question, and then what specifically is the answer to it. So I think right now we've seen we can play with a lot of the really good teams, but we've also lost to some teams we would think we could beat, and our record's our record, and that's not something we expected it would be at this point in time. So that's what we have to decide. And the ways to get better are internally or externally. That's pretty simple this time of year. There's trades, or there's your team plays better. We have guys that can play better. I believe that. And we haven't seen the best version of us, but that could be me just being too optimistic. We have to see it at some point. We're what? How many games in 30? What are we? 32, I think, something like that. So yeah, that's a good question. I'm supposed to be focused on that and not anything else. So that'll be my time will be spent on answering that.
Bob, I don't want to bring up bad memories, but I was in the house game 6 in the 19 finals against Toronto when Clay got hurt. You didn't see me. I saw you, and I saw you go over to Joe to kind of give him the news. And thankfully in Indiana, when Steph got hurt, it wasn't that. But can you walk us through your thought process? I don't know if you were on the road, if you were in the house, what you do, how you eat and sleep, waiting to hear the prognosis on Steph, and how relieved you were that, okay, he ain't going to need surgery. How does that work?
Well, those are hard moments because even when the night of, you always have to wait on MRIs now. But I spoke in real time I wasn't at that game. I spoke to Rick Celebrini, our head of sports performance, and he said, look, I think he told me what he thought it was, and he said, but let's wait on the MRI. And so that was encouraging because sometimes these things like that Clay injury, and you're referring to the ACL, you can, at least organizationally, and you see this in football a lot where the media is so good now, they'll say they've feared it's an ACL, or fears are when you saw with the Cardinals quarterback, the ones where you just, you know it, but you don't say it yet, and you go, we're waiting on MRI. Those ones are the worst. But this was not in that category. So I talked to Rick, and he said, look, I think it's not going to be surgery, but let's see what the MRI says. Then you don't sleep much that night, and then you wake up, and the next morning, he says, I'll call you right away. He calls you right when they get the MRI out. And there's an MRI report. But then, sometimes you send it off to 2 or 3 specialists, and some guy says whatever he says, and they never say the same thing. Just unless it's a broken bone, every orthopedist will tell you something slightly different. And that may, not to go backwards, but that may be something that happened with the Giants stuff. And I've known, and you guys may know, second opinions are never identical to first or third. It's just, unless it's obvious, and it never is, usually isn't obvious. So you wait on that, and then after that, you get an answer. And then I saw Steph, and also it's the athlete. I mean, if they're not worried, they know their bodies just like you guys do, and you can sometimes see it on their face. And obviously he was hurt, but even yesterday I was talking to him, and I said, how is it? He goes, it hurt for the first 3 days. He's like, but now it doesn't hurt when I do normal things. But now then you got to get the strength back and all these different things. But yeah, dude, those moments suck. I mean, injuries probably the worst thing you deal with in my position.
Other than dealing with us.
There you go.
Yeah, that too. But,
yeah. We probably have to do Steiny.
He's enjoying himself this week, yeah.
Bob, what would you say James Wiseman did well during his stint at the G League? I know Steve Kerr said he really made strides. What did he do well there that still hasn't translated in the brief time since he's returned to the NBA level?
I think down there he rebounded better. I think he found himself more in the dunker spot. For those people that don't know, that's stopped posting as much as he was, clogging up the lane. He was removing himself and putting him in position to get that pass when a guard drives or a lob. He got better at that. I think defensively his fouling got better, his turnovers got better. But, a game like last night is probably not ideal to throw him out there with all the young guys in a game like that. So it's tough to see anything translate in that game. But the reps helped him, and the confidence helped him. He's a kid that's been through a lot. And so there's things you can pull from it, but ideally you put him out there with some of the more veteran guys. And that it's hard for the young guys, and that if you guys kept watching, maybe did something else with your time in the fourth quarter, the oldest guy was Wiseman. He's 21 and whatever months old, and that's the oldest guy of the 5 guys on the floor. It's not going to look good, and none of them, I think, looked great. So, yeah, I did some things well, but still needs to improve on things, just like all our young guys do. And they one step forward, one step back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and we have not had a cushion because of the way we've been playing to just let those guys play and play through it. And that's been the challenge, I think, for Steve and the staff, is figuring out minutes for some of these guys while we're in these tight games and trying to kind of stay around or get above 500 and in a very convoluted Western Conference. So,
yeah, Bob, that's actually a good thing. I was telling Waddy, what are you guys, like 5.5, 6 back from the number 1 seed? So to me, that helps out. We'll get you out of here on this one, Bob. You had mentioned earlier that you're trying to figure out who you guys are. I get it, 32 games in. But how difficult is that when there is no Wiggins and there is no Curry?
Well, Goo, I think it's impossible without those guys. But we saw a decent chunk with them, and I can't say why we went out early and lost some games that those guys were finishing. I don't know if that was just sometimes in close games. Usually they even out at the end of the year. I think a lot of them, we didn't play well in the clutch. I don't know what that is. I do think that in a playoff series, I would trust those guys to finish out. They no reason to believe they wouldn't. But it just didn't go that way. And so then you try to evaluate, what does that mean? But then you have injuries, and it does cloud the whole thing up as far as what are you. And at some point, you just, what it is what it is. And you can't blame it on X, Y, or Z. It's just whatever your season's telling you. That's the beauty of sports. I mean, I could sit up here and make excuses, but there's more time for us to kind of figure it out. But we're not sitting here liking losing. It's no one does, not the players, not me, not Joe, certainly not Steve. So we gotta try to get it going in the right direction.
Thanks, Bob. We appreciate it. I know this is a tough day for a lot of fans, but for me, I get to hang out with Goo. I get to talk to you. We appreciate it. Happy holidays. Enjoy your time home, and we will talk to you soon, sir.
Enjoy.
All right, guys.
All right,
Thanks for having me. Take care.
Take care. The Executive Show was brought to you by Afici, San Francisco's newest culinary adventure, located at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Go to www.afici.com to book your reservation today. Coming up next on the game, as promised, we will try to look at this Correa thing, whatever it is, from the Giants side. That's next. It's sponsored by Lucky California. This is Steiny and Goo. Whitey in for Steiny, 95.7 again.
For huge holiday savings, don't miss the Lucky 4-Day Sale. Today through Saturday, you can get incredible deals, including USDA Choice Beef Ribeye Roast, bone-in, whole, sold in the bag for $5.99 a pound. Limit 1. Happy holidays from Lucky.
Looking for a holiday dining experience to remember? Look no further. Afici, San Francisco's newest culinary adventure, is now open at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Enjoy handmade pastas, house-made charcuterie, and a multi-course menu showcasing both Italian and French flavors for an unparalleled culinary experience this holiday season. Whether you choose Afici for a special occasion or a culinary adventure, you're sure to be wowed. Visit our website at aficisf.com to book your reservation today. That's aficisf.com.
This holiday ad will be over in 27 seconds. Unlike the new Duracell battery with power boost ingredients that can last 19,976 seconds in your kid's RC motorcycle, or 6,801 seconds on your beard trimmer for this year's family photo, or 15,172 seconds on your electric frother for some holiday eggnog, and many more seconds to get more out of your holiday season. Duracell, unlike this ad, engineered for more.
Like bones, your teeth lose density and become weaker over time, which can lead to tooth decay. And that can make your visit to the dentist feel like this. But if you want your dental visit to feel like this, try Crest Densify. Crest Densify actively rebuilds tooth density to extend the life of teeth by remineralizing enamel. Densify from Crest, the #1 toothpaste brand in America. Smile, Crest has you covered.
Updated COVID vaccines are here, just in time for the season that brings us all closer. Just in time for added protection against the original COVID virus and Omicron. Just in time for crowded stores and great big family dinners. Updated COVID protection is here.
And if you haven't had a vaccine since September, it's time to give yourself the gift of updated protection. Find updated COVID vaccines at vaccines.gov. We can do this. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's Pro Rewards members can earn bonus points on select products and brands like Power Pro, Weehaw, and Valspar. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, Lowe's e-gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit lowes.com/L/pro loyalty terms for details. Now through 1/8/23.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Hi, welcome to Ikea and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at ikea-usa.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and ikea-usa.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
The award-winning documentary Beyond Homeless, Finding Hope offers real hope for transforming homelessness in San Francisco. Watch at beyondhomeless.org.
Have you been naughty or nice this year? Cash don't care. At Jackson Hewitt, you could still get up to $4,500 for the holidays. Some bucks now, more bucks in January. So be naughty. Snap up all the ginger snaps. Wear a pretty sweater to an ugly sweater holiday party. You could still get up to $4,500 when you go to Jackson Hewitt today. Details at jacksonhewitt.com. Eligible clients can get up to $1,000 in December and up to $3,500 in January. Loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Finance charge may apply.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
In for Steiny today, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason. Great to be in, hanging out with Goo. We appreciate all the participation today. Xfinity Mobile text line 888-957-9570. Before we get back to the Carlos Correa Giant debacle, let's just, Goo, just real quick, touching on Bob Myers. It's interesting.
Take your time.
Yeah, because people on the text line here,
I got one.
People are worried about Bob Myers and concerned that he may leave. I'm bummed about Bob Myers. He's absolutely leaving. And, he didn't say that, but that's the way people hear it. Sometimes, you hear what you're afraid you're going to hear, but it's an interesting reaction. Some people just didn't get a real positive vibe out of what Bob had to say about his Warrior future. I hope all those people are wrong.
Yeah, and that's the beautiful thing about Bob. He knows what time it is in regard to shout out Morris Day. We speculate, not us, just the fans too, and it comes from a good place. But can I share something with you?
Yeah, please.
Kevin Mighty White. How many names you got?
Kevin Michael Whitey Gleason.
Okay, just I was hoping, hey, Goo, I'm in the lab just, wanting to spend time. Now, it could be none of my business or business, but I was hoping that if we had heard a little bit of that, then it was, kind of that's what he's thinking about and mulling over. But to his credit, he's a professional, and he said he's focused on the task at hand, which is getting the Warriors back to defending the throne. But I could say, you know what we do. People just, their mind wanders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's concerning.
Yeah, no doubt.
Let's face it, the Warriors right now appear to be at something of a crossroads, which is, okay, this thing could go any which way from here. Now, they were at a crossroads last year, right?
Yeah.
I mean, remember, after the All-Star
bad.
break. Yeah, and it was, but you know what? They won a championship, so everything could come together. But when you have your core and the guys are aging and you have some tough decisions to make on contracts and you have one of the architects of the whole thing, and is he going to be around next year? We don't know. It's a little concerning.
Yeah, it is. And
the team not playing
you
well
talk
either.
about Rod Carew batting 400. I just think of Bob Myers and what lefty, what he's done here with the Warriors.
He had 388, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
But George Brett
had 390.
Somebody like him shouldn't, to me, you should already be wrapped up.
Mm-hmm.
That's why when I frantically text 90, I'm like, 90,
You would think.
Of course, he didn't text back, but
Yeah.
to the next day. Can I read something to you from the Xfinity mobile text line?
Yes.
Now, I'm not insecure, Waddy. I'm not.
Mm-hmm. I think you are a little, but I think, yeah.
We'll talk about that in a minute. From the 415, Guru, you are not the voice of the fans. You don't get to call yourself that. The stuff that triggers people. When I was talking to Bob, you know what I mean? Come on.
I saw that and I didn't even read it all.
Says it, but damn, I'm a fan.
Yeah.
I ain't ashamed of it.
Yeah.
But don't tell me I'm not. I just wanted to read that to them because they're going to be like, oh, go Pooey.
Yeah.
He's not mad. He read it.
I think maybe what you said was you consider yourself. And you know what? No one can say you don't.
Consider.
No one can say you don't.
That's
if you
all.
consider yourself that, then fine.
You complete me, Whitey.
Yeah. That's what he considers
I'm going to call
himself.
you Kevin when I take you to the
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Somebody in the text line says, dude over the weekend called him Whitey, Kevin, Michael, Tyler, Gleason. That was Filmo. Yeah.
He called
me Whitey, Kevin, Michael, Tyler, Gleason. You can add whatever names you want in there. Yeah. 888-957-9570. Now, as for the Giants, we'll get back to your calls as quickly as we can. Of course, Carlos Correa is like, woo, he's going to be a Giant. Wow, they saved this offseason after all. Now, nope. Going to the Mets. Stunning, just absolutely stunning news. I think for a lot of us, initially, our brains wouldn't process it, Goo, when we saw it. It's like, what? No, that's not right. It can't be right. So, what the heck happened there? From the Giants' standpoint, I guess, and I'm trying to see it from their side, and it's hard, but if I try to, I understand why they're really limited as to what they can say. If it's a medical thing, you just can't speak to it. There are things you can say, and hopefully they will, but if it was a medical issue, you can't say, hey, you know what? We had this MRI or whatever, and you know what? Let me tell you something. His L5 is not what you'd think.
No,
They can't do it.
Okay, but at the same time, the Mets, what they did and put up all that chicken is letting you know they think it's minor.
Yeah.
And again, to Rattle's point, they're all liars. They'll put out anything, but I got to tend to believe it was something there before his baseball career even started. So if another MLB team will invest that much in you, what made you stop? And I asked Bob this, and I was kind of Snoop Doggy Dogg.
Yeah.
Is it the owner or the GM? It was obviously somebody higher than Farhan, but still, what was the title of the jam? All the last month, you got to close something. Put that coffee down. And then we celebrated through a parade. Giant fans were happy. Some probably online ordering season tickets. And a week later, nope.
By the way, real quick, speaking of the Warriors, it is a Warrior Wednesday, which is brought to you by SFO. Go to flysfo.com/winter for your chance to win $1,000 towards a nonstop flight from SFO today. So, Giants fans reeling today, and then Warrior fans, no Steph, and tonight the list of guys, there's almost the list of guys
has a sprain. Is it pinky?
Yeah, I don't know what a thumb I thought it was, but you're playing KD in the Nets tonight.
And who are balling? I think they won 10 of 11, 6 in a row.
Playing much better basketball.
Did
How
you
about
hear
that?
Bob say, I don't know if you stuck around at the end of yesterday. Dude, they were down 30.
I almost said, I watched the whole thing, Bob, but I thought, no.
The Knicks can't shoot.
I know.
But yet they were just getting.
Drilling threes.
Man.
888-957-9570. Carlos maybe Carlos Correa in San Bruno. Is this Carlos Correa calling to explain what's going on?
I wish. No, let me tell you guys, I am utterly embarrassed to be a Giants fan. And in the last 10 years, I was proud. I thought, we're like, the Red Sox of the West. The Dodgers are like the Yankees, but the Giants are right there. But this debacle has completely made me embarrassed. I don't want to wear my Giants hat today.
Oh.
I want to just wear sackcloth. I want to be in mourning. And let me tell you something. I'm just a unique perspective. I'm also a diehard Cowboys fan. And I know what it's like to root for a team that's like a circus. But at the very least, Jerry Jones goes out there every week and talks to the fans. He goes on the radio, good or bad. Where's Charles Johnson? I want to hear him talk to the people. I want to hear him explain what happened. Anyway, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Carlos. And Jerry's one of those guys, and I'm not a Cowboy fan like you, Goo. But one thing I'll say for Jerry is, there's no question. He wants to win.
He's like Joe Lakeup.
Yeah,
I think
does
that's
want
half
to
the
win.
job, man.
Yeah.
And what did I hear Shasky today? It was great. He was talking about the ownership group for the Giants, not named Farhan. Yeah, they're into developing in real estate. Like, the fans need a face. How can you ignore not coming out just on video saying what jumped off? That adds to it, man.
That's a good question.
It's almost like the Kyrie Irving, the double bird.
Mm-hmm. It
Say
is a good
something.
question whether they need to go that far or
Whose job is it? Whitey, it's Farhan's, right?
I think so.
Say something.
Yeah, and maybe one of the things they're trying to figure out now before they go before the public. Look, can Farhan do it? Do you do? How many people do we need to have up there? What's our messaging going to be? But it's vitally important, and just people will get over it.
That's what it looks like right now, Whitey.
That won't work.
Yeah.
That is not going to work. Let's go to Foster City. Pat in Foster City, 95.7 The Game. Pat, you think we need to give the Giants a little time on this, huh?
Yeah, I do. I guess for a couple of reasons. From a PR standpoint, it's terrible. And the recent track record is pretty bad, notwithstanding the 107, win season. But, looking just at this contract deal, I think until we know a little more about the injury, thinking the Mets are so smart and everybody they draft and get is great and whatever. There's so many bad contracts out there in baseball, long term. Look at Miguel Cabrera and look at Stanton and Jason Hayward and Robinson Cano and Bumgarner. There's so many bad contracts, long term contracts that can really drag a team down. And I was a season ticket holder for several years when they moved into the new ballpark, and I loved it. But toward the end of that period, 2005, 6, 7, Bond's last few years, it was like a circus. It was a one-man show, and they got no one around him, and it became boring. And I just think the Giants need more than one player. They're not just one player away from being a solid team. So I think spending that money, wisely on some other players would make more sense. And then you may say, well, who are they and why aren't they here? Very valid points. But I just think that, they're more than one player away, I think.
Thank you, Pat. It's a very reasonable answer. Yeah, it's a very good call.
Where are the others? Do you go to the baseball Walmart? I need a shortstop.
I don't know.
Aisle 4, sir.
Let's just say it's fact that Correa alone probably wasn't going to transform them into a contender. I mean, we don't know, but even if that's true, that's not a good reason not to sign him because you got to start somewhere, right?
He would have automatically been, I'm with you, your best player.
Yeah.
So I'm not mad at the last caller, but you have to start what you just said somewhere.
It makes you better.
Okay?
Yeah.
Remember, and this, I'm going to get to my grade my revised grade that I gave the Giants in this offseason with this new information.
I have a feeling
it was a B earlier. It was a B+. But with that said,
including Correa, it was B+?
Yeah.
Okay.
With Farhan saying the Crockamani stuff he said about, the politics, and I don't know if this is a destination.
Did you say Crockamani?
Yeah.
That works.
You got to be careful.
Yeah.
Like that bothered me to the core, but then you go out and land this fish. But Correa would have signaled to me, Whitey, other free agents, maybe not this season, next season. Okay, San Francisco's got something going. I want to be a part of that. Now that's off the table. So, again, I don't know what you thought about, now the Judge thing, he could have played the Giants, and I believe it was dibs.
Yeah, I think he did.
You throw it next season opening day. You throw one in his helmet, brush him back.
That video was so fake. Yeah, right? That was a setup.
He meant it.
That was a setup, yeah.
But with this is different. He chose you. You chose him and then unchose him. So why would you throw at Correa? Because you looked at the medicals allegedly and were turned off. But, I mean, I don't know how any Giant fan could look at – I get Judge and be mad and feel like he used you. But here, this is all management.
That's part of it, right? People aren't sure who to be mad at. They know who they want to be mad at. A lot of fans want to be mad at Farhan, right? They want to be mad at ownership. They're just not. Well, wait, what happened? We need someone to tell us what happened. Jerry and Martinez, 95.7 The Game. Where are you in all this, Jerry?
Hey, man, I'm driving down and I'm realizing, the Giants, they got buyer's remorse and they wussed out on the deal. And the problem is that I think you guys are right. We need that starting piece, and we need to get somebody to jumpstart this thing. And he would have been perfect for that because he would have helped us in the recruitment game. He would have got other people going, and he's got that swagger. And the thing is, we're turning into a boring organization. Even when we were back winning championships, we had characters. We had Brian Wilson. We had, Aubrey Huff. Nobody wants to hear that name, but, and we had this stern, manager keeping it all together. But, we were cool back then, and we were just getting back to that, and that's what's killing me.
Gotcha, Jer. Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think that's the sense I get from a lot of Giants fans going back to, as I said earlier, last season, coming off 107, so many Giants fans felt like, man, this is great. We're ahead of schedule.
Oh, what?
So now we continue to build, and oh my goodness, 107, that's just the starting point. And instead, things have gotten smaller since then. And then you have this offseason, which has been, it's not totally, you can't blame the Giants for everything that went wrong this offseason. John Heyman's, arson judge tweet and all of that. But it's such a bad look. And there are so many fans, so many fans right now are feeling like I can't, what they're saying really is I don't trust my team anymore. Yeah. I don't trust them.
And you shouldn't, because they're ignoring you. Right now, I feel like Giant fans are getting ignored. Okay, you could be like, oh, good, I'll put something together tomorrow or Friday. But
well, I don't talk that way. But okay.
On the flip side, I don't know whose voice that is. On the flip side, I'm telling you, I'm getting mad at these nerds. And there's nothing wrong with being a nerd. But, I'm worried about the Brian Ratto. He's, the average baseball fan, but he was like, maybe they dodged a bullet. Get out of here.
Well, they may
selling me on 2028 and 2029.
Look, I said I was going to try to see from the Giants' standpoint. Okay, so thank you.
I'm listening.
Maybe. Yeah, that could be true. Maybe.
No, but what we're watching is a theme. And the theme is you got a good year from Kevin Gosman. But you're Sanford and Son when it comes to re-upping those guys. When you're building a rotation, you said bye-bye because you were cheap. Birds of Florida Kmart.
Yeah.
Then Rodon, I know he got broke off in New York, but this is where the fan in me comes out. He would have been, I think he's better than Webb. That's just my thing. But you had a good thing going with 1 and 2. But you went cheap, let somebody else get his services, so you keep kicking the can down the road after you get a good year from a pitcher, but it's like, hey, we can't spend none of this San Francisco money to bring you back, and it ain't that you didn't earn it. We just are cheap asses. So imagine Rodon, Webb, Gosman in this lineup, then you got some stability. You got arms.
It seems like that here a few days before Christmas, but if we gave all that money to Rodon and then, May in Pittsburgh's like, his arm blew out his elbow. And then Correa, is rounding third base in Arizona in August. Like, his spleen fell out again. Now you're paying all these guys all this money, and then you wouldn't be saying, oh, good for them, they signed all these guys. No, you'd be saying, look, they wasted all this money.
Waddy, meet me in the middle. You would say, my team spins. Bad luck? Okay, we've had some bad luck, but they spin.
Well, I think you're right. And again, I'm trying to see it the other
not
side.
Being a Giant if you're trying to win.
As much money as they have coming in, they should be able to take those risks.
There it is.
That gets back to what Ray Ratto has been saying, which is
they don't want to spin.
They don't want to.
Yeah. No doubt. That's it. The rat's on the table.
Mm-hmm. Tough.
Kick it. Oh, we'll go find somebody that people wrote off, and hopefully he'll have a career year. And then when he does, we'll let him go. So, I hate that.
You know what else really
Tap
stinks?
into the Cardinals and what they do and why they're relevant every year. Rodon, he didn't like Steiny. And I love Steiny. I love you if you're listening. he didn't like San Francisco or something. I'm like, make him like it. Throw some jack at him.
You won 81 games last year.
And
everyone
you were lucky
thinks,
to get that.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
But you won 81 games in spite of everything that went wrong. You won 81 games, and you were what?
4 or 5? 6?
How many did the Phillies win?
Dude, you were 6-5. You were right there, Whitey.
Yeah, right there. And that's in a bad year.
Yes.
So you get Correa, and you add, Stripling, and you should be set up for at least a competitive year. Now it's just tougher to imagine that.
Bonte and
tougher to imagine
Shasky,
that.
Kruger, they're diehard Giant fans. To hear Bonte, and Shasky will never say this, and I love you, Joe. Bonte said he's not going. Like, I believe him. That's a diehard fan. His whole life. You think he's by himself? That's what. And you're hemorrhaging people now.
That's why it's so vitally important. It's critical for the Giants between now and the start of the season to do something to at least get those people at least paying attention.
They're
again.
hiding.
Yeah, and I don't know. You said you don't think there is such a thing. I don't know that there is. I can imagine maybe a couple of things if they thread the needle, but they've got to do that, or they're going to have from here on out until there's a regime change. You're going to have you will have lost a good portion of your fan base. They have no trust in what you're doing as an organization. None.
Can
you're
I
going to spend money on an organization when you don't trust them?
Yeah, there it is. And I'll say this. I had to put you on the spot. So we know that the Phoenix Suns went for $4 billion, right?
Yeah.
They're in the state of Arizona. I think San Francisco is it. And I tell Stoney it's the best city in the world, yada, yada, yada. If the Giants were to be sold, I got to believe, do you double what?
I'd have to. Baseball teams are worth way more.
Cow.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you.
Cow.
I don't have a number because I don't want to say something dumb.
Don't
I have to look it up. But you're right. You're right.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Bakersfield.
Yeah.
Shout out to my Aunt Glenda, rest in peace.
Yeah.
But yeah, come on, man.
That's what
this
I said.
This is number 4 market.
I feel like I'm not making this point very well. They have the money ball approach, and then when you have that with the spending of the money, like the Cubs and the Red Sox. The sky's the limit. But instead, the Giants are going the other way. It's like, yeah, we have the analytics and we have the money. We're just not going to spend it on our baseball team.
Cool, man. I got too many friends and family that love the Gigantes, man, and they are hurt.
888-957-9570. That's the Xfinity mobile text line. Thanks again for all your calls. Sorry we can't get to all of them. We're trying. Anthony in Benicia on 95.7 The Game. How you doing, Anthony?
Good afternoon, fellas. I listen in the morning because I start pretty early, and I heard Bonte say like he wasn't going to go to the game.
I heard. He heard.
He asked Joe if he wasn't going to go, and Joe's response was, "I'm addicted," and I was appalled by that because he said he's going to continue to go because he's addicted, and I wanted to change. And this is no shot at Joe, but I wanted to change addicted to a sucker because if you're continuously getting taken advantage of by an entity that you continue to pour money into, you're being the sucker. And I'm not a baseball fan, but I am a fan of the people. And I think at some point you have to ask Giants fans, when are you going to stop giving your money? I heard that slices of pizza are almost $20. I heard parking is super expensive. And so all this stuff that are reasons why you shouldn't keep going on top of what just happened. And so, like, I was at the grocery store some months ago, and those Thomas English muffins were like $10. I put them back because I know they really only should be like $5. Since then, the price has went down. But I just think as a consumer, you have a buying power, and I think if you stop going and stop spending your money on jerseys and tickets and all that type of stuff, that will show the team, like, we don't want to put up with this crap. But if you keep going, you're not addicted. You're more just a sucker. So you have to ask yourself as a fan, which kind of fan are you?
Thank you, Anthony. I hope Joe didn't hear that, or we'll be hearing from him.
Yeah.
How about you're a Jersey guy who, and I know I heard this on, it might have been with Bonte and Shasky. Whose jersey are you buying right now on this Giants team?
It would be, there's
you mentioned you got a lot of Giants fans and friends, right? Yeah. Oh, I'm going to get them a sweet jersey.
All of them are
maybe
expired.
Maybe one of the
Crawford,
the Fog one, the Nike one, City Connect.
The popsicle ones. Yeah. No. Hey, Will, I'm being real. Bonds. Like it would be Leonard, Mitchell, Johnny LeMaster.
Wow.
Like Darrell
Johnny
Evans.
LeMaster.
Like that's how tragic this was. Why wouldn't they
Joey
take
Bart? No.
I like to do. We got to drop beep beep because it sounds like the Bart. But that's a 4.
Ashby Station.
But my point is, if it was close, wouldn't you say, you know what? I'm talking about Johnson, Farhan. Hey, business ain't good right now, fellas. We already told the fan base this guy's coming. Okay, what if this flared up in year 4 or 5? I would want the business component to supersede the medical. And the medical allegedly is something that would pretty much not, he was born with, but it was there pre-MLB. But it sounds like it's real because they're acting like he's going to be in a wheelchair in a month.
That's one of the absolute keys to this, because as Bob said when we asked Bob Myers, it's like, why do you use the word minor? We don't know that. And, and he's right. But it sure looks that way.
I'm going to say something to you.
And Scott Boras is doing a good job of framing it.
Okay,
in that
can I say
context.
something?
Yes.
I believe the Twins, his former current team, had his medicals.
Yeah.
They offered him 35.
I know.
So that's telling me there was nothing on the radar. I'm going Star Trek when you look out in the Enterprise. There was nothing. Oh my gosh, this is new. It's been there.
Yep. Here's the key question whenever they have this media conference is, okay,
it's not happening.
When did you know about the injury, and why is it true, as Scott Boras says, that you informed him that you still wanted to negotiate, then he didn't hear from you? What was going on during that period? How can that be? How can you explain that? And until and unless they can adequately explain that, and good luck, then the trust between the organization and the fans, broken.
No doubt.
Broken.
And I got to go back to Anthony
like when
about
Bo
Shasky.
Jackson's bats right
Look
over
at
the knee.
you. That's a strong boy. Loyalty is it's real. I'm addicted. Like when Jerry Jones didn't do the kneeling stuff, I wanted to quit Dallas. I couldn't. Why? I'm addicted.
Yeah.
It's bigger than him. But people, like if Bonte can pull it off, hey, he's going. But if he could pull it off, he may be that mad. I just could never stop going. I'm saying I love the sport too.
Well, you grew up in the Sacramento area?
No, I grew in Union City.
Okay, but you spent a lot of time in Sacramento.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got 2 kids raised in Sacramento.
I grew up in Vacaville. So
you and Shamar. I got it.
There was a time when fans would go to Kings games to watch the other team. That's why they go.
That was
to watch the other team.
Can I be honest?
Yes.
We used to do that with the Warriors, me growing up.
Okay.
Who they play.
Yeah. We may be back to that with the Giants. What's coming up next on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Farhan needs to take his old boss's advice. That is next. And we are sponsored by calhope.org.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Guys, 2022's been a roller coaster year, so spoil her this Christmas by giving her the next best thing to wearing nothing at all with soft, silky, naturally nude pajamas exclusively from Pajamagram. Sensuous and smooth, naturally nude pajamas feel just like her own bare skin, even more alluring than lingerie. The texture and touch of these pajamas is so seductive that you'll both love the feel of them. She'll love the feeling of wearing next to nothing at all, and you'll love the way they look. Best of all, Pajamagram does the wrapping for you with free gift packaging. Order today, and Pajamagram will also include a free matching Naturally Nude nightie with the purchase of Naturally Nude pajamas. That is free gift packaging and a free Naturally Nude nightie when you order today. Just go to Pajamagram.com. It's fast, easy, and delivery by Christmas is guaranteed. That's Pajamagram.com.
Bay Current, a KCBS Radio original podcast.
I started it and made just a terrible, terrible, loud noise.
That's the telltale sign that you're another victim in the Bay Area's latest crime epidemic, catalytic converter theft. On the latest episode of Bay Current, we examine why thefts are up 185% since 2018.
You start to get into more organized crime.
Subscribe to Bay Current on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts.
Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that. You're on his flight pad.
I'm going in.
Got him! Nice move, my four-wing friend.
Tasty. That mosquito never saw me coming.
See how dragonflies catch a mid-air meal at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Now open. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
Coming to Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
It's gonna be just like old times, only better. The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series streaming December 22nd, only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
This winter, there are COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. If it's been at least 2 months since your primary series or original booster, schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Your Bay Area Panthers are back. Coach Arbet is back. Pro indoor football at the SAP Center in San Jose. Get your family season tickets now and enjoy no online fees. Bay Area Panthers are presented by Mary West Credit Union. Get tickets at BayAreaPanthers.com.
Christmas time is here, and so are all the greatest deals on power tools at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Enjoy 12 days of deals on all your favorite brands starting December 12th. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and more of this year's greatest deals. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw and take home 2 free batteries to top it off. Stop by Fasteners Inc. at 2897 Monterey Road, December 12th through the 24th, or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for exclusive and exciting live play-by-play Warriors action brought to you by Toyota. Class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Giants fans shout, Giants fans cry, Giants fans pout, I'm telling you why. Carlos is not coming to town. They checked his x-ray, checking it twice. Something in there was not very nice. Carlos is not coming to town, Goo. Steiny and Guru, Whitey in for
Is that
Steiny
the Shasky
today.
freestyle, or did you write that down?
I thought of it. I didn't
Off
write
the
it
head?
down. I thought of it earlier.
Look him up a jigger.
You could have teed us up, Whitey. We would have played that beat for you coming back there.
Yeah, I should have.
Yeah, you were going.
That's on
They
me.
call that those bars.
Yeah.
Look at my boy.
Well, there it is. I mean, boy, Merry Christmas, Giants fans, huh? Just when you thought, whoo, dodged the bullet, that whole Judge thing, forget about that. Because Carlos Correa, and then whoosh,
But you know
road
what's
pulled out
so
money.
bad?
Why? Who knows why? Nobody knows why.
Is the Warriors are coming? Okay, hey, there's some turbulence with the Warriors. They're defending champs. Steph, Wiggins get back. Talk to me then. So it's not over. They got the throne right now. The Niners, the Brock Purdy story, went to the NFC Championship last game. Arrow pointing up, people picking them. We'll get into Brock. I ain't letting you leave before we get to Purdy. Hey, he's Purdy good. You like that?
I never heard that before.
But now the Giants they're like the laughing stock. Like, this is San Francisco. Spend some chicken.
Somebody on the text line here, and I'll just read this in an effort. I'm not trying to muddy things. Maybe I can clarify. 650, not saying this is true, but hearing it's because of a fractured ankle in the minors, possibly. No, it could be. There was something in before. It was a leg injury, I think, in 2019 before he got to the majors that some people look at because people are trying to figure out, well, what could it be? That's one of the things that maybe it could have been. I haven't heard anything definitively that, that's what it was. But to your point here, 650, it could be something like that. If it's something, again, we're assuming that what we're hearing is true, and you don't know that. So if it's something that predates him as a major leaguer, it could be, I think it was a leg issue he had in 2019. Maybe. But it's incumbent upon the Giants to clarify all of that for all of us.
And you know what? Willard said something on the way out here this morning. You tell me if I missed it or this is fair. They should have did their due diligence way before they started this courtship.
I have a hard time believing they didn't. That's another thing that's disturbing, you know?
Well, then it makes it more offensive that you did. This ain't nothing new. You knew what, you know what I mean?
I think I do. Yeah.
So you think they're going to get together because I'm a nerd and I'm a sports romantic. When this jumped off, I was like, hey, guys, anybody would listen. Diz, hey, when are they going to have the presser? Like, I was looking, there's prestige in that. Here's the jersey. Yep. We're all happy.
Oh, yeah.
3 people up there, GM
It's a victory lap for the whole franchise.
So they all go, come on, it's Christmas. No, I don't know whose voice that is. But they were telling me I was crazy. Then, lo and behold, it was supposed to jump off yesterday. Nothing. I bring that up because now do you think there's going to be damage control and a presser to wear, like they did with the when they first, you remember Kapler, he had his stuff and they start peppering him with those questions about what went on, when he was somewhere else.
Right.
But all that to say, motor mouth, do you expect there's going to be a visual presser to talk about this?
There has to be, doesn't
this
there?
looks like chicken, you know what?
I know. A couple ways that I think they could play it. One way, you'd love to be able to do something else that's somewhat significant and then have that and then have this be, and by the way, this is, you know what I mean? Like you get
Talk
somebody.
to 'em.
I don't know that they can, but let's say you made a trade for, let's say Brian Reynolds. If you made a trade, you bring him in and then, we'll address the other stuff too. Either that or you bury it like, I don't know, the day before Christmas, the 23rd, Friday, whatever, you have a little thing that no one's going to pay attention
weak,
to. That would be weak. I'm very interested to know how they handle
it's where we're at now, though. The silence is deafening.
Yeah.
It's a middle finger to the fans, I believe.
Well, if they're going to try to play it like, hey, we can't say anything, I know there's some truth to that, but you're really, if that's the way they play it, you're really underestimating the intelligence of your fans, right?
You go. You're
treating us like we're stupid.
And that's the worst thing you can do.
I think so. Maybe Farhan. I bet you Farhan had no idea he was going to have to deal with some of this.
It's over for me because now we're passing the. He don't have permission. He can't drive. But he came here as this guru, this genius. The farm was gonna be popping off left and right with. Come on, was it Kyle Harrison? Is that the picture?
Hey, right? Yeah, I'll tell you what.
I'm just saying.
I gotta tell you,
Luciano.
I gotta tell you, I've had too much crew cade, but I gotta tell you, Harrison, keep an eye on him. Let's see here.
That's a 4.
888-957-9570. Xfinity Mobile text line. Rich is in Fremont. He joins us.
Rich!
You may not want to talk to Rich, Goo, because Rich says Giants dodged a bullet, huh, Rich?
Rich.
Yes, they did. Dodged the bullet. When he's already got medical issues, and you're saying 13 years? It's not the money. It's the years. And like you said about Farhan, where's the farm at? You know, it's if you look at the Warriors, you look at the 49ers, they grew their talent. And I just don't see that happening to this guy. Maybe he isn't the guru or the genius he's supposed to be. That's my take.
Thanks, Rich. They may have dodged a bullet, but I think I would be willing to take that bullet. I mean, seriously, the way things are now, even if I thought, there's a good chance, and we all know it, there's a good chance this thing is going to blow up or hurt us.
Dodge the bullet and get hit by this torpedo of a season in 2023.
We still got to do it.
Looks like you guys are.
Yeah, we still got to do it. I mentioned the quote from his former boss, Andrew Friedman, who said, if you're going to be rational about every free agent signing, you're going to finish third when it comes to every free agent signing. As in, you're not going to sign them,
and that's what we're looking at. That's the movie.
Mm-hmm. And I guess
the
Farhan
inception
didn't.
Of Farhan, Stanton.
The day that was that lesson, he wasn't in class, or he just decided he wasn't going to do it that way, or maybe they won't let him do it that way.
You know how you know your karma's bad? The day this happens, I'm like, well, I don't need to see Aaron Judge in pinstripes. He gets named the 16th. Yeah. Okay, you're happy he came back, but now he's captain. Is the Giants try to find somebody to dance with them?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you got, does it hurt at all on any level that the Warriors, as much as they're struggling, are taking on KD tonight and things are going well? I like KD. I don't have that animosity towards him, but I know some fans do.
Yeah, I let it go. But I'll say this. How is it not a beatdown tonight? If the Knicks beat you by 40, 38, what?
I agree. Yeah,
Jordan Poole, and what do I got to look forward to? Yeah. Ty Jerome.
Everything's got to go in.
Doesn't he remind you of Lucas on the hoop court? Like if Lucas was out there getting buckets, the hair. Every time I look at Jerome, I'm like, that's Lucas.
Yeah,
he knows what he's doing now.
He runs an offense the way Lucas runs things around here, like the way he runs the show.
Cha-ching!
Yeah, right. Just got a keen sense of what needs to be done. 888-957-9570. Vince is in the city. 95.7 The Game. Vince, can you help us understand what the hell is going on here with the Giants-Correa?
I don't know if I understand it myself, but if you're asking me how I feel about it, I actually like that we didn't take this guy for 13 years, 300 whatever million it is. I think the Giants have bigger issues in terms of winning than just finding a one-star player. I mean, it reminds me of the Warriors when the Warriors were hella fun to watch, but they never won anything, and they were never in playoff contention. It was a great time. It was fun, but you didn't win. And I think the Giants are nowhere near winning when you got Logan Webb on the mound 1 out of every 5 games, and then all the other guys are giving up 3-4 runs before the 5th inning comes.
Hey, Vince,
so I think
let me ask you this, Vince. I appreciate your view, and it's not a very common view right now, which is what I appreciate about it. Let's say maybe you're right, but even if you're right, how do you think the Giants should go about here making everyone who doesn't see it that way feel better about it?
I don't know. Mm-hmm. That's a good question. I mean, I feel like the Giants have always had a problem trying to sign a huge star name ever since they moved from Candlestick. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. There's just no way that I haven't seen any real big names come sign with us other than Andrew McCutcheon, Carlos Rodon, but it's not very. It's not like the Warriors when we got KD and then we got Andrew Wiggins, or the Niners bringing in Uncle Rich or whoever else.
Yeah.
I just don't see the Giants making those kinds of moves throughout, even when we were winning the World Series in those even years. So I don't know what the problem is. I don't know if it's the ballpark. I don't know if it's weather, because they got money. Obviously, money isn't the issue. It's got to be something else, and I think that's an even more frightening problem to have when guys just don't want to sign because they don't want to take the money.
Thank you, Vince. Appreciate that. Yeah, maybe he's right. Goo, I disagree with this. I don't know that I've ever disagreed with any text more. Appreciate the text. But if you disagree with it, I'd love to hear from you at 888-957-9570. 13 years from the 510. 13 years. Seems like only the radio media is upset about this.
I'm flabbergasted you would type that. Like, what? I mean, man, that's incredible.
Now, you may not see it. Yeah, you may not be upset. And we just heard.
And they did add that he doesn't think highly of Correa.
A lot of people that are
Hey, Whitey, can I interest you in Will Myers?
Will Myers does hit the bejeebies out of the ball in San Francisco.
Segura from Philly.
Segura I like a lot. Will Myers,
this is bad. Longoria, bring him back.
I mean, why not? I mean, this is a thing we get.
Profar. This is.
What do you think of Profar?
He did better last year. He's just a guy, but he did better than.
He's versatile. Yeah. You know that Farhan of the Giants love that. Well, and he had his overall numbers. You look at his overall numbers; they weren't very good. But I think his OPS
3.1 WAR last year.
Okay, yeah, Profar did some nice things.
15
that's
homers.
Where it is. You get. I don't know. Can you sell it that way? Hey, you know what? We got Profar. Longoria's coming back with Gene Segura. We're solid. We're going to contend for this thing, fans. Relax. Oh, we got this.
No doubt. And I didn't do my revised grade. It went from a B+ to a D. It's a D now. And the D is this dog and pony show of what you did.
How can you not give him an F?
You know what?
As upset as people are.
I'm going to give him an F.
Okay.
Because this is, until you fix and come out and talk, it's a F.
Yeah. Because you had a crucial off season here with so many of your fans waiting to see what you're going to do, and you dangled promises of maybe Judge. We're going to spend with no amount is too much.
Offered him $400,
and you end up with nothing. Yeah, that's got to be an F. Yeah. Even if the people who are right who say they're better off without him, given what the team presented to fans and said we're going to do, and then to end up in this situation, failure, massive failure.
I feel good with the F.
Right? It's got to be.
And I'll say this. I got a couple bets with Steiny. The Warriors are going to win the finals. He's got the field. I'm in some trouble. But
why would you make a bet like that?
They won the championship last year, Whitey.
You didn't even make him pick a team or anything?
I kind of want to spend some time with him. Okay. But look, I'll bet you, and this is no shade, this is where this thing is going. Brandon Belt will be the opening day first baseman for the Giants. Tell me I'm wrong.
I'll take that bet because I don't think he wants to come back.
Remember he talked about, what makes you say that?
I don't think.
Remember he was out at the end of last year, he was kind of whispering sweet nothings about, I like it here. And
2 years ago he loved it, and last year when they brought him out opening day when he was, the captain, something weird happened there, by the way. That's when everything started going sideways.
That was odd.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I would take that bet. Depending on how much we bet.
Well, you're basement shopping now, Farhan, or whoever's making the decisions on whatever you're going to do with what's left. Because the lights are on at the club, and, I've been there.
Where's Brandon Belt from?
I should know. I think I know.
Great state of Texas.
Like a D. D for
Wouldn't he be a great, well, of course, you got DHs in both.
Oh, you going Bruce Rossi?
Yeah. How about that, maybe? I think he might end up. I don't know if they have any money left to spend. Poor Brandon Belt. He's always hurt. I'm a Belt guy. I would probably bring him back if I'm the Giants.
Okay, what does that mean? I'm a Belt guy.
I think that he has been. I'll tell you exactly what it means. Good question. I think he has been underappreciated and undervalued by fans. I know he's gotten hurt a lot, which is terrible. But I think people would look at him and go, he's first baseman. You need a 40 home run guy. And he would get on base and he'd hit with power. Never hit. I don't think he's ever hit 20 home runs, has he? But 2 years ago, he had a great year. I think he's been a plus. I think he's been a positive. When they've been good, he's been good. And I don't think he's been fully appreciated. That's what I mean.
Well,
he's
a competitor.
Yeah, he is, Boach.
I mean, every time he just breaks your heart because when he's on one, he's
streaky.
I mean, the body, what is it, baby giraffe? I never understood that one. Yeah, but still, he's a bopper. He can field. But now you got upstairs, that when he got the concussion. Mm-hmm. So you had that. My point, when I hear Brandon Belt, every time you get excited, he'll let you down. Either his body or his play at the plate.
He's perfect for this Giants team.
A dude can play the game.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Brian is in Fairfield on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Brian, what's up? Help us try to understand what's going on, Brian.
Well, I think that you're trying to sign somebody for 10, 12, 13 years, where the Warriors and the 49ers, they sign somebody for a year or two. So you move your family for a year or two to someplace. not 12, 13 years and pay the highest income taxes in the nation. Our property prices are the highest in the nation, and we pay $6 a gallon for gas. I think that plays a lot into it when you're trying to sign these players.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, it does speak to the challenges of landing free agents.
But not here. Not here, sir. In this particular instance, Waddy, they saw something on the medical that the Mets didn't think was a big deal, that didn't hamper him in Minnesota, didn't hamper him when he was cheating in Houston. Now all of a sudden it's like, how much time do I got, Doc?
Mm-hmm.
I'll say this. I forgot, Waddy. Go ahead.
That's a tough day.
Yeah.
No, we got some John Heyman. Which John Heyman is this? John Heyman spoke on that point today, wondering about the Giants. Yeah. All right, here's John Heyman on that subject about the Giants. Is it difficult for the Giants to bring free agents in the first place?
Well, I've heard they're very good at recruiting. It's not the issue of them putting out the effort and trying to get the players there. You know, it may just be something about the perception of the Bay Area that doesn't appeal to some players. Again, it's a small sample size. We're not talking about hundreds of players here. We're talking about a few star players. And, I am not shocked that Brandon Nimmo went back to New York, even though he's from Wyoming and geographically San Francisco's closer. He was comfortable in New York. And, why take a chance for similar type money? I get that. Aaron Judge has the legacy with the Yankees on his way to the Hall of Fame. Would have been a lot to give up, although the Giants, I think, made a good effort. I think the $360 million turned out to be a very good offer. Didn't quite get it done. I guess it would have been better if they could have gotten it done. But to get it done, it would have been difficult, as it turned out, because if they'd offered $400, maybe the Yankees would have gone to $400. You never know. He clearly, at this point, it's pretty clear that he did not want to give up the legacy in New York, and he's comfortable there. So, we're talking about players who were here. Of course, in the Carlos Rodon's case, he was there in San Francisco, and he has jumped to the Yankees. But I do think the Yankees probably outbid San Francisco on that by quite a bit.
John Heyman today on Willard and Dibbs. Kyle in for Dibbs. Kyle was excellent in that
Always
cut.
is.
Yeah, looking forward. Next week in the mornings, I'm in with Kyle.
4-hour show.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
I'll be out.
So the issue then is, is it that tough for the Giants to bring in free agents that they have to basically overspend for a guy like Carlos Correa, give him so much money for so long that they end up going, gee, we don't really want to do that? I understand how that might be a factor, but I would think the Giants would be pretty keenly aware of that going into all this.
We're grown men. And let's cut the shenanigans. I'm talking to YouTubers, Xfinity mobile text line, Twitch, and I got a twitch in my eye. Let's cut the crap. He wasn't going to be here for the whole life of the contract. Okay, so quit calling and acting like I keep going to 2029. Nobody wants to hear about that. The bottom line is the Giants are fakers, and they're fakers this way. Whitey, have you ever, one of my favorite shows after school, been an underdog? When you're an underdog, you gotta do something different than the favorite.
There's no need to fear.
I love
here.
this game. Kind of had the Robin feel to me. But listen, when you're trying to shock the world, you should have came in at 400, especially with what you just said about an hour ago. They were letting it get out that money ain't a thing. Jay-Z, Jermaine Dupri, money ain't a thing. So why wouldn't you come in if you really want to do and get this whale? You start at 4. Don't tell me, Miss 90, that's not how negotiations work. You get one shot. Eminem, come at 400. Make if you don't get them, just make them spend more. But that number did not come out of their mouth. And now I'm starting to think, you know what, Whitey? They really didn't want Judge. They're in it for the wrong reasons. They want the dog and pony, fall for the banana in the tailpipe, Eddie Murphy, 48 hours, or Beverly Hills Cop.
Beverly Hills Cop.
We want to make it look like we're in it.
48 hours was Roxanne.
Yeah, there you go. Reggie Hammonds.
Yeah.
But that's what this is starting to reek like, man. That's
what
it's
be true. I know what you're saying.
Why
Can that really? You think that they would be that cynical that, we're going to be in the Judge saying, we're not going to get him.
But
we know we're not going to get him.
It'll look good.
And then we're going to be in on Korea, and then we're going to pull out at the last minute?
Okay, now, I got to finish. This one, they didn't plot this, but it was one of those buyer's remorse. Oh, whoa. But it was like not a sting to them because they got half of the public's kudos of, hey, put one under Farhan for closing the deal. Yeah. hey, we got 7 days. Everybody will say.
And they're idiots if that's what they thought,
okay,
because
but still,
the
that's
backlash
what this seems like.
You may be right. I can't believe that they would do that on Judge because they've already got the reputation. Listen, Giants fans calling in, talking to Giants fans like Mark Willard. They say, look, they tried to get Ohtani years ago. They couldn't get him. They couldn't get Bryce Harper.
Stanton.
So why would you want to go through that again? I don't see the upside to pursuing Judge if you didn't think you were going to get him. I don't see what they thought they would have gained by, people thought we went after him. No, people would say, you went after another one and you missed again. So maybe you're right. I don't see the motivation there.
But the motivation is if you went after him and I'm wrong with good intentions, you ante more money up to take him from New York. Mm-hmm. He was the king of New York. So you're trying to take him and shock the world. Yeah. Why would you come in at 400 if it was 360? Like, why would you stop if you're trying to shock the world?
He's not the king of New York, but he's one of their captains.
That'll give you a 3. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I feel like they're faking. They're faking.
They can't be. Okay. To me, they can't be that stupid. To me, you'd have to be really dumb to do that. You'd have to be totally tone deaf and have no idea how your fans actually feel about it. That's my opinion. But we're going to be in on this Judge thing, and we're going to get more credit for being in than we are going to get disappointment for losing out.
Are you okay with their offer?
For Judge?
Where was we're desperate. We will overpay in their proposal to Aaron Judge. There was none.
Yeah,
there was none.
Yes, but they offered him a lot of money.
I missed it. Did he get to 400, Whitey? And here we go, Guru. This ain't Monopoly. But this is the beast you were trying to slay.
A very competitive
Why didn't he get to 4? The Yankees can make him a competitive offer. Not the Giants. Why didn't he get to? That's how hustlers think.
Yeah,
closers. Joe Lake would have took that thing to 400
because it was too much money for Aaron Judge. Maybe I don't know, but I thought I can't blame them for the offer they made to Judge. And I understand what you're saying. A lot of people are saying that you got to whatever it takes,
right?
Whatever it takes.
This is a slogan for the 2023 drawing.
That's a good one. By the way, 95.7thegameshop.com live. It's a perfect time of the year to grab gifts like our new Brock Purdy shirt and hoodie, and, of course, the Rat on the Table, right? Merchandise available.
Oh, yeah. I wore it yesterday. Oh,
yeah.
You wore it here. I didn't see it.
Yeah. Head over to 957thegameshop.com now for yours. Coming up next, it's
called a jambalaya.
Why they could make a movie about the Giants, but they'd have to call it Anti-Moneyball. That is coming up next, and it is brought to you by the Golden State Warriors on 95.7 The Game.
Here is where it happens. Experience the Warriors at Chase Center. Your Warriors 2022-23 season. Presented by Kaiser Permanente. Happening now. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by.
49ers third down machine, Juwan Jennings, joins Damon and Ratto at 3:10.
Haven't picked up a third down tonight. Caught by Juwan Jennings.
Don't miss Juwan Jennings at 3:10.
I like to turn third and Juwan. I like that one.
Brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
At Outdoor Supply Hardware, to give is to receive. December 6th through Christmas Eve, get a free $10 gift card with every $50 Osh gift card purchased. Limit 4 per household. Osh gift cards never expire, fit everyone, make terrific stocking stuffers, and look fantastic tucked into trees. Plus, they make great gifts that are perfect to give all year long. So snag this BOGO deal. December 6th through the 24th for a free $10 gift card. Great gifts are in the cards at all 14 Osh stores.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
In Mountain View, sunny skies today, highs near 61.
Weather brought to you by Macy's. It's Macy's last-minute gift sale with great presents and gift cards. Shop early and late and pick up curbside or in-store. Plus, spend your Macy's money on anything. No merchandise exclusions.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You want some good news, Goo? Whitey in for Steiny today.
We need it in the yay.
Yeah, I guess it's good news. I mean, I may have oversold it. Looks like James Wiseman, good to go tonight.
No, now, you're going to laugh. that excites me.
Yes.
I want to see him
There you
play,
go.
continue to play. I don't want, Rome wasn't built in one day. But yeah, get out there and ball, man.
Didn't he make his pro debut against the Nets and he had like 22 points?
Wow,
Whitey. The play-in year. Remember, it was the weird year where it started like right before Christmas, and maybe
I'm gonna lean on the young fellas in the back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or
But
did
why-
they open against the Nets and then play, or open against the Bucks and then play the Nets? Anyway,
But I remember they got blown out both games.
Yes, they did. Yeah. But
They
he
opened
played
against the Nets, and then they played the Bucks on Christmas.
Yeah, and he got a good game, right, against the Nets?
Wiseman did. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
What's funny is we during the pandemic watch basketball with no fans.
Mm-hmm.
That was incredible. Football too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there you go. That's all I got as far as good news goes on this Warrior Wednesday, brought to you by SFO. Go to flysfo.com/winter for your chance to win $1,000 towards a nonstop flight from SFO today. Earlier today, we talked to Bob Myers, and it's always interesting to talk to Bob, especially when you got these contractual things going on, even in other sports.
And even his own.
Yeah, well, yeah, a lot of people were asking us on the
It's
text line,
blown up,
asking
yeah.
Goo, hey, you got to ask about his contract, And of course, we discussed it before the show. I was like, of course, we got to ask him about his
And
contract.
he went presidential with the
Yeah,
answer,
here's what
right?
Bob Myers had to say when Goo said, oh, you going to be a Warrior GM next year?
I'm really just focused on the season. I'm not worried about it. I'm focused on our season, and that's my main focus. I'm not worried about me right now. I got to figure out some things more than me with our team and focus on. We got to find some kind of rhythm, and that's my job. And was at dinner last night with Steve after the game, and we got to find a path here where we get some consistency. And it's hard to do when you're injured, but every team has injuries. And to be fair and self-critical, we were struggling when we were healthy. So that's my focus. And tonight we got a lot of guys out too.
Man.
So we gotta try to get this ship right with our team. And as a GM, you can look at your team through rose-colored glasses, or sometimes you're too critical. We got to figure out what we are. That boss you brought up that night, I thought I had a sense of it, and then you struggle, and then you have to be patient, but you also have to be impatient. So I'm rambling, but I need to focus.
Yeah, focusing on this year. By the way, when we talked to Bob Myers earlier about contractual things, and he mentioned, he's been an agent, GM. He mentioned, sometimes one party will decide they don't want to do a deal before it's signed. Steve Kerr and the Knicks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, was that the best decision of his life? But can I
Probably
take
up
you
there.
Can I take you to the Guru chalkboard about
Please.
Myers' comments about his contract?
Is this like Kenny Smith's thing where you're going to run up there?
His legs. What are up with his knees? It's the funniest. Like, dude, you in a car crash? Listen, I told Stoney this last time we talked to Bob. I feel like, and I was hoping to hear Bob to say, to the masses, hey, the ball's in my court. And it could be, but in Guru world, when he used the word worry, that kind of took out the ball being in his court. If it was up to, I want to be around the family. I want to be around my kids, which I know he has. He's a great father. So just my 2 cents, I was like, okay, that wouldn't be worry because you would be in control of that and you'd be happy with, whichever one you did. Obviously, you miss it. But when you say worry, then I'm like, what you tried to start the show with, Whitey.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because when he first said it, I didn't notice that, but just now I noticed that same thing. And remember, Bob Myers earlier today was telling me, they taught me in law school, words matter. So I don't know.
Wow.
I just hope that's a misread on our part. I can't imagine.
Me too. This dude's awesome, man.
It's possible it's a thing where maybe he's not sure he wants to keep doing it. I hope he does, but I could see, we have no idea how difficult that job is. If it gets to a point where he says, I've done all I can do, then bless him. But I hope he's back.
Yeah, no doubt. The computers, everything is blown up. So I'm watching that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I said presidential, Barack Obama. He is focused on, what do you make of this team right now, Waddy? Like, they're not going to get buried in the standings because, like I said, they're 5 or 6 out of the number 1 seed. The NBA season, I told John Dickinson this, it's kind of been, like everybody can be had, and I'm not saying, they still got to fix their house, but nobody's kind of ran away with anything.
Yeah, I like that aspect of it. I like that it's so wide open because I still think there are a lot of teams that have a chance to be a really good team going forward. Remember last year, Goo, the Celtics, up until January, people looked at the Celtics and said, oh, man, they're going to have to break up those two guys. It didn't work. And then January came and boom, they took off. So, a very good chance somebody's going to do that this year. Who? I mean, right now, there are a lot of candidates that could do that. As far as the Warriors go, I've been saying this since early in the season. I look at this roster and say, if they want to compete for a championship, they got to add somebody. I don't know who exactly, but that roster
Costa, you got to give up something to get it.
Yeah, but that roster ain't going to do it. And now they don't even have Steph, so they're not even. And Bob said, we were struggling before we lost Steph. They're not even there now. But yeah, they need to add something. And if you could trade Wiseman to get something that helps you now, you know what that would do for you, among other things? And I know a lot of people say, no, he's the future. If you traded Wiseman now and you got somebody back, let's say somebody could help you now, maybe an expiring contract, you wouldn't have to pay Wiseman $12.1 million next year.
Oh, man.
I'm not sure they want to.
Wow, that is, man. And I can say this, and I love the big ticket on Twitter. That's Wiseman. Has he earned that? Has he shown you enough to where you're like, okay, we see something. But Whitey, I got to ask you your thoughts on Steph Curry when he came out after we found out what his injury is, or the shoulder.
Yeah.
But when he mentioned if it were surgery, it would have been 4 to 6 months. I like to fell out the couch like, okay, you avoided surgery and you're sharing this with us, but this, whatever it was, Whitey, is serious.
Subluxation, semi-partial dislocation.
Okay, so who's to say this won't flare up? Again, I'm not trying to preach fear, but when you come back, if you don't have a setback, but a few weeks, I don't like that. Like, I'm nervous about him and Wiggins.
I think it's a fair question, but again, it's so hard to know because we haven't seen the medicals. I just know that there's a guy in San Diego by the name of Fernando Tatis Jr., and I know he's had some issues this year with, motorcycle crashes and with steroids. He's had a bad shoulder for about 3 years now, where it keeps popping out because he had a similar thing. Now, baseball's different. You're diving, you're sliding at first. He didn't want to have surgery, and it kept popping out, and it would pop out. Wasn't a problem this year because he didn't play. But at this point, when, he has no leverage now after what he did, they're like, you're getting the surgery. So I don't know. And again, all these injuries can be totally different, but I don't think they know for sure how Steph's going to, because the labrum's damaged. So hopefully everything will be fine. But Steph did mention there's a chance that it won't be entirely stable. So I don't think you can rule out surgery necessarily long term, but hopefully not.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's just the nature of the injury.
It is, and I'm just sharing with you my thoughts, like my nightmare on Warrior Street thoughts, but also, too, when Steph was there, even when Wiggins was there, I was like, you know what, this is a championship hangover in regard to the defense.
Yeah.
Whitey, lesser teams have a red carpet to the rim. And Dre, I love you. I told Steiny I like his motor. Steiny would tell me, Goo, the metrics are not telling you he's playing the best defense. But I'm like, it's what's around him that's making it look like, just from the naked eye, teams are just going cinnamon left and right, man.
Not just a red carpet, but a red carpet with rose petals.
Look at
sprinkle, right? Right this way, sir.
Yeah.
Especially on the road.
Last night.
And that's where it all starts. What's wrong with the Warriors? So many things going on. It starts with, especially on the road, but they can't guard people. And that was the foundation of their championships. If they can't guard people, they ain't gonna, right? That's where, if you're trying to figure out where does it start. Steve Kerr said that as much when he was on, was in for Damon. And he's like, it has to start with a defense. If they can't defend better, then the rest of it almost doesn't matter.
And they got KD tonight. They're clicking on. Oh, no, it's funny. Nobody's talking about the Nets and what a mess they are, right?
I know.
Steve, I mean, man, now it's
the Nets outlook is brighter than the Warriors. Certainly brighter than the Giants.
Ben Simmons, the lights on.
Yeah.
When you got Durant, see, talent always outweighs everything. When you got dudes like Durant and Kyrie, who I think highly of, I'm sorry, Whitey, on the basketball court, you got action. So, I mean, is there a way the Warriors can go in here and compete? Vegas is minus 12.5. But how do you follow up and no Clay? Is that a good thing? Like, who's the second best player tonight outside of Poole?
Clay's been so bad.
You going Steiny on me?
He's been so bad, and he's. I told you.
Don't it look like he's? Go ahead. I'll cut you off all shit.
No. No problem. We're just excited to work together.
But you admit I've been cutting you off?
no more than I've been cutting you off.
Right.
No more.
There you go.
Yeah. I was telling you, I was talking a few days ago to a guy that used to coach in the association, and he was asking me, why does Clay look so sad all the time? Right?
Oh, he used that word, sad.
Yeah.
Wow.
And he's just like, he's got that hangdog look, and when he's not shooting well, it affects the rest of his game, which is like,
That's
no,
interesting.
that can't happen. But, we don't know if Clay's always been that way because he never struggled this much with his shot before. So maybe, I don't know. But it's really sad to see that he looks like he misses shots and he gets distracted and he stops not only making shots but playing good basketball.
Well,
and that just
November-
seems so un-Clay-like.
November, he was over 40% from three. I was telling Stein, of course, he went to the computer and dispelled everything that I had got from
Oh, I
Twitter.
know, he had a streak there,
that
yeah.
streak. So
Yeah.
when you
But you
say
saw the last
sad,
game.
and the fact that he's letting the world inside of his darkness when he was out, it's kind of like, okay, the Warriors are playing a game, but he's playing a few games. And I've never seen him take these Dirk type of one-legged shots or off-balance shots. And sometimes he hits them, but I'm just like, man, Clay, the staple of
No, I
Clay
agree.
Thompson was catch and shoot, 2 legs under, picture perfect. So that worries me. But, not only are we talking about Steph Curry, my biggest concern is the guy I took for granted, Whitey, and I know we got a few minutes left here, was Andrew Wiggins. Like, Warrior injuries, and you had mentioned it in the green room, like they keep saying, oh, yeah, he'll be back. But then it keeps getting extended, like,
right.
So I'm worried about Wiggins until we see him back.
Because that's a potentially, nagging, prolonged thing. And sometimes they just don't know. But the Warriors, and it's their right, and there's HIPAA laws, but, they're never going to say, this guy has this injury, and this is how long he's going to be out, and he'll be back at this point. They just don't do that. And so it does lead to a lot of worry when you've got people who are injured. But
Now-
that's their right, and obviously they've got a great medical staff. I remember last year, Wiggins will be back. Wiseman will be back by Thanksgiving.
No, that was the one.
Yeah.
Like, I can't let you get out of here without getting your thoughts on what's going on in South Clara. Brock Purdy, when it first went down and Jimmy was out, I was like, you're lucky, Kyle, that you guys and that shoulder surgery allowed you to hang on to Jimmy. So I'm not going to hate you that you were able to use Jimmy and you were almost better off than you were with Trey Lance, the unknown. But Jimmy goes down. We hear the news. I'm like, it's off the table for them to go to the Super Bowl. I know the defense. I love the weaponry more than Steiny. But now insert Brock Purdy, 11 quarters later, Whitey, Kevin Michael, Anthony Gleason. Did I get them all right? Can you share with us, have you put a cap on where this team can go? Or have you seen enough to where, they got action?
Here's what I wonder, and I'll answer your question, but first I want to ask you a question. I will answer your question. 50 years ago, of course, we just lost the great Franco Harris.
Oh, R.I.P.,
yeah.
man.
So, and it was, I think it'll be this weekend they're playing the Raiders one day after the 50th anniversary of the Immaculate Reception. 1972, though, was also the Dolphins, undefeated Dolphins
Mercury
season.
Morris.
Yeah. Jim Kick, Larry Zonka. The Dolphins won all their games. It was 14, then they won 3 playoff games, including the Super Bowl. 17-0, no one's done it.
Wow.
Bob Greasy, Hall of Fame quarterback, Game 5 of that year, breaks his leg. I think Deacon Jones of the Chargers took him out. So the team that went 17-0, their quarterback goes down week 5, and a guy named Earl Morrill, who was not a rookie.
Heard of him.
He comes in, and he plays out the rest of the year, and they win all the games. And then Morrill struggles in a playoff game against the Steelers, a week after the Steelers had beaten the Raiders. And Don Shula says, hey, Bob, you ready to go? Yep. So in comes Bob Greasy. They win that game, win the Super Bowl. Are we going to see Jimmy Garoppolo in the playoffs?
No.
Take over?
No,
For
not
Brock
at all.
Purdy?
No.
Brock Purdy struggles?
I didn't know that's where you were going. No, because I would never run a quarterback out there. I don't care
If
what.
Jimmy's healthy. If
You're
playoffs,
never going to be healthy. There's nothing Jimmy can do to erase rust. And one throw could be, and one misread could be because of rust. And we're not going to lose this damn game because of rust. And no shade at
Greasy
Jimmy.
wasn't
or
rusty.
if it were Whitey, Gleason, if rust is even a part of it, sit your ass over here with the clipboard, and we're going to lose with rust not being a reason.
Here's why
That's
I
my
think,
2 cents.
Yeah, here's why I think it's possible. Well, I understand everything you say. I don't disagree. But I think it's possible because to answer your question about Purdy, obviously everything looks great.
They're saying he's better than Jimmy.
They're saying he's Joe Montana.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So given the circumstances that he's played under. He threw 2 picks basically, but one was
right.
one was dropped, and I'm not nitpicking.
All the great ones do it.
Yeah. But everyone's he hasn't thrown an interception. I don't know. I'm not sure yet. This is how good he is. When you get in the playoffs, we'll see. So far, I know it's hard for me to say. Well, they're not a Super Bowl team. I thought the same thing you did. Right now, yeah, they could be, but I just think we gotta. Everything's gone so well defensively and running the ball with McCaffrey.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure Purdy is what everyone thinks he is at this point. Maybe he is,
and he's
but
not
I
even
need to see a little more.
No doubt. I asked you the question. I agree with you, but at the end of the day, I'm sorry, Waddy. The whistle has given the 49ers whatever they're doing. The Zebras have been on their side. I saw Brady get a touchdown to where Hufanga took a wrong route. It was a touchdown. Not saying the game would have went different. Guess what? It got called back. Mm-hmm. I saw the Purdy throw an interception to Diggs. He dropped it, so it's really not a pick. But those are game-changing plays. And the defense, I know it's stout, but even Geno Smith had the ball. Greenlaw makes a great hit. You fumble, but they were kind of moving. So, with that said, I just don't see Detroit, whoever it can be, the Giants, the Commanders, coming in here on the wild card weekend and beating the Niners.
No, I don't either.
Then we get to, are you going to play Minnesota, Dallas with Purdy? What Kyle's doing.
One of those two teams is a fraud, but I'm not sure which one yet.
It could be both. But what Kyle's done and just the spacing, we had Ball Dion. I'm like, what is it about this Niner offense that's different? The concepts. He was like, it's spacing, goo. And that's what
they're basketball stuff.
They're like the Warriors. Yeah. They're smarter than everybody. And I'm like, that can take them to the NFC Championship alone.
Mm-hmm.
Because it ain't Dallas.
We haven't seen how he responds when he's behind.
Right.
And maybe we won't. That's not his fault.
You got to believe we will.
Yeah. Yeah, he certainly has all the confidence in the world in himself.
But this is a story, right? This is Rudy reincarnated. But real quick, if he continues to ball out, that will never be, hey, we need Jimmy to go in there unless it was a bad half you speak of. Like,
I know. Okay. That's like somebody at text line. How many times you got to watch Jimmy throw a pick in a playoff game, Whitey? Right. I know. I'm just saying, Jimmy, I think if he were playing and he played just like Purdy did the last 2 games, I think some people would be saying, he actually threw 2 interceptions.
Right, but Waddy, it's the third-string quarterback, mystery relevant, so it was supposed to be over, and it's not over.
I know, which is great, but that still doesn't mean that he's good enough to get it.
Gotcha.
Looks like he is.
History is not on his side.
I want to see more evidence. That's all.
History's not on his side, right?
But you got to be, if you're Kyle Shanahan, you got to be thrilled. Right?
This would be his best work.
Yeah.
I took mystery relevant to the bowl.
Yeah, think how many franchises you see them. They struggle. They can't figure out the quarterback thing. For years, even the 49ers have struggled. We can't figure it out. Is it Jimmy? No. We got this guy, Trey Lance. No. Jimmy got hurt. Now what? Oh, that guy we took with the last pick.
You're right.
He could be the guy.
And they hung on to him.
Yeah.
Because he could be Sudfeld.
I'll be honest. I thought Sudfeld should have been the backup.
But the Minnesota preseason game, Purdy was balling.
I know.
That's all I remember of Purdy was the Minnesota
I'm just being honest.
Game.
You make predictions. If you're not going to admit when you're wrong, it doesn't mean anything when you're right.
I love you for that.
Yeah.
That's how you do this gig.
Yeah.
Not on Mr. Never Make a Mistake.
Yeah. I made one. That was it. That was a mistake I made. 888-957-9570. Now, as far as Carlos Correa, nothing has changed, has it, since we've been on the air?
Yeah, the Giants are going to stink.
Yeah, we don't. But I mean, we don't have any more information.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
The Giants haven't shed any light on this.
That's weak.
Doesn't look any better than it did.
I think it looks worse. It's 3 hours and you haven't done nothing to appease your fan base or even communicate.
Let's go to Mr. G in Napa on 95.7 The Game. Mr. G, 3 hours later, we're still trying to figure this out on Correa and the Giants. What do you got?
Well, first off, I'd like to exercise my constitutional right to say, Goo, how's your fantasy team? Okay, there we go. Steiny's turning over on the golf.
I love
Mine's
you.
Terrible.
I lost
Mine's
golf.
Terrible, Goo. Mine's terrible. Just bona fide grandmother, born in 31, saw Willie Mays, Polo Grounds, been going to games as long as I can remember. Spent a little money this last year, based on the 107. Probably more money than I should have spent, according to the CEO. So pretty disappointing in that respect. I love going to the ballpark, having a beer with friends, chit-chatting, ribbing the opponents. It's not really about how great the Giants are. They just got to be entertaining, and this team is not going to be. I want to point out a few things for you. Tell me what the Astros, the Braves, the Rays, the Milwaukee Brewers have in common. I know you can do this. Teams that raise their own. Tell me about these names: Posey, Lincecum, Belt, Crawford, Sandoval, Kane, Bumgarner, Robbie Thompson, Matt Williams, Will Clark, Jack Clark, Chili Davis. Every one of our favorite Giants, our favorites, were raised by us.
Homegrown.
Where are those? Take that $300 million. Take that $300 million and go get me a J-Rod. Go get me anybody. Give 1,000 scouts the world over, $100,000 each. Find me a superstar Giant. You know why? Because the fans love those guys, and you control them for not much money. You know what else is great about these guys? Very few of them ever leave as a free agent. So they must love San Francisco. They must be able to adjust to the diversity and the crazy politics and the inflation and the cost of money. Screw every one of those guys, because they're all they're doing is playing us. Get back to basics. It's about the Jimmies and Joes that turn into heroes. It's not about the ones and zeros on your algorithm.
Gotcha, Mr. G. Thank you.
Wow.
That's a great point. That may be the road forward for the Giants. Thank you, Goo. It's been a ton of
Had a
fun.
blast.
What's up next in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Damon and Ratto are next. They got Juwan Jennings at 3:10, and Warriors Live ahead of Golden State versus Brooklyn starts at 3:30.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Bay Current, a KCBS Radio original podcast.
I started it and made just a terrible, terrible, loud noise.
That's the telltale sign that you're another victim in the Bay Area's latest crime epidemic, catalytic converter theft. On the latest episode of Bay Current, we examine why thefts are up 185% since 2018.
You start to get into more organized crime.
Subscribe to Bay Current on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts.
Christmas time is here, and so are all the greatest deals on power tools at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Enjoy 12 days of deals on all your favorite brands starting December 12th. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and more of this year's greatest deals. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw and take home 2 free batteries to top it off. Stop by Fasteners Inc. at 2897 Monterey Road, December 12th through the 24th, or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
Hi, welcome to Ikea and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at ikea-usa.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and ikea-usa.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NBA team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game, our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NBA team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-543-3399. That's 800-543-3399. 800-543-3399.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC Equal Credit Opportunity Lender.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
I seriously wish I could have been just sitting at the edge of our listeners' beds this morning as they grabbed their phone, opened up Twitter or wherever they start consuming their news to see their faces and what they looked like when they learned about Carlos Correa going to the New York Mets. Wow. Welcome. It's Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We've got Juwan Jennings joining us as we go inside the 49ers locker room on a day where we got an awful lot of baseball to talk about, not much time to do it because at the bottom of the hour, it's Warriors Live. So, Ray, let's just hop right in. As I was saying earlier this week, I'm officially like running out of things I haven't seen in sports. You know, it was a crazy weekend in football, crazy ending in a couple of games. This is one of those things I've never seen before in sports. What a reversal of fortune for the San Francisco Giants. When you saw this happen, when you learned about it, what was your first thought?
Somebody screwed up or somebody lied, one or the other. And I realize that's the standard answer to every question, but either the Giants thought they had more time to do this than they did and got fooled by Steve Cohen's desire to buy every player in America, or they got buyer's remorse at the last minute and that Charlie Johnson did not want to think about seeing the 41-year-old Carlos Correa playing shortstop when he was celebrating his 102nd birthday.
Let me ask you straight up, do you think this was unplugged from on high?
The possibility is there, but I think more likely they thought they had more time to make up their minds than they did. And Steve Cohen, who is notorious for swooping in and buying stuff that isn't necessarily his, came in and stole them.
Susan Slusser today said, Scott Boras tells me after the Giants canceled their press conference yesterday, they indicated they still wanted to negotiate about Correa, but he didn't hear anything from them. And 12 hours later, the Mets deal got worked out. Susan has recently, I'm talking like in the last 5 minutes, reported that the Giants do have some interest in Michael Conforto. He is a Scott Boras agent. So we'll have fun with that in just a second here. I think I got an inkling here, Ray. My gut tells me that the following happened. The news that the Giants agreed to terms with Correa was in the wind 8 days ago on December 13th. I think in the following days, in the following 48 to 72 hours, their phones didn't ring at all. Like not a single extra suite was picked up by a corporate partner, a zero to minimal uptick in any interest in season ticket holder renewal, or maybe not even a single extra season ticket got sold. And the Correa news, as good as it might have been for the baseball product on the field, came without buzz, ringing phones or ringing cash registers. And yeah, buyer's remorse set in. And then finding a way out became the job assigned to the Giants team doctors by team ownership. It is that, or we have a level of Farhan got his legs cut out from underneath him to the point where he should be considering resigning today. This is so embarrassing for him. Or there's just marching orders that this was all kind of nonsense to begin with. I mean, or he really thought that, I can leave Scott Boras just dangling, twisting in the wind for 12 hours here, because I don't think, the Mets, with all the money that they've already spent in Francisco Lindor, are going to be coming after Carlos Correa. And if that was the miscalculation, there's a miscalculation somewhere. There's a miscalculation somewhere, or a straight up rug pulled right out from underneath this front office by ownership. It can't be anything else but really one of the two. Well, and don't tell me that this originated on Carlos Correa's end.
No, because, I honestly think that there was a window from the moment that the Giants said, actually the Giants didn't say this, and from the moment that it was reported that there was something wonky about his physical, and Steve Cohen, who is the most profligate spender in baseball right now, said, well, you know what? He and Francisco Lindor are pals. If he's still in the wind, why don't we just come in and do this? Because actually, they gave him a deal that was 1 year shorter and $35 million less. So the AAV is slightly lower for Correa in New York than it would have been in San Francisco. I think that he just came in and said, I'm making this offer right now. We'll green light the physical. You won't have anything to worry about, but we're doing it right now. I don't think the Giants would have taken 8 days to get buyer's remorse. That seems implausible to me, because don't forget, the guy who runs the operation in San Francisco is Charlie Johnson's son, Greg. So he's going to tell Charlie, this is what we're planning to do. And I don't know that Charlie took 8 days to get afraid of the number. He must have liked the number, but the Giants tried to go, you know what? The physical's a little wonky. Can we get some more testing done? And the one question I don't have on the Boras end is, well, how long a window did he give them to respond? Was it an hour? Was it 4 hours? Was it 8 hours? Because if he just said, okay, you're gonna get cute with the physical, I'll take him elsewhere. And Steve Cohen is always there to lay out a check. So I think the miscalculation was on the Giants' end in terms of, we've got time to get this done. And Scott Boras said, well, no, you don't.
Being patient in free agency obviously has done them no favors. And look, the Giants have some reality to face here. they look foolish to the entire sport. And their reputation for not landing the big name now completely defines them. I mean, that is the reality that they're living in. And Scott Boras, either has played them a fool once again or now thinks of them a level of a clown show. And to say that Scott Boras not only talks to other agents, but sort of, sets the tone for the entire marketplace because of who he represents would be a massive understatement. Their fans are now more embarrassed and less interested than ever before. Their importance in this marketplace has completely shrunk to its lowest in 25 years. John Heyman today was on with Willard and Dibbs, and he was asked how other teams now view the San Francisco Giants.
Well, I've heard they're very good at recruiting. It's not the issue of them putting out the effort and trying to get the players there. It may just be something about the perception of the Bay Area that doesn't appeal to some players. Again, it's a small sample size. We're not talking about hundreds of players here. We're talking about a few star players. And, I am not shocked that Brandon Nimmo went back to New York, even though he's from Wyoming and geographically San Francisco's closer. He was comfortable in New York. And, why take a chance for similar type money? I get that. Aaron Judge has the legacy with the Yankees on his way to the Hall of Fame. Would have been a lot to give up, although the Giants, I think, made a good effort. I think the $360 million turned out to be a very good offer. Didn't quite get it done. I guess it would have been better if they could have gotten it done. But to get it done, it would have been difficult, as it turned out, because if they'd offered $400, maybe the Yankees would have gone to $400. You never know. He clearly, at this point, it's pretty clear that he did not want to give up the legacy in New York, and he's comfortable there. So, we're talking about players who were here. Of course, in the Carlos Rodon's case, he was there in San Francisco, and he has jumped to the Yankees. But I do think the Yankees probably outbid San Francisco on that by quite a bit.
Look, it's just been a rough day for the Bay Area when you measure it against New York right now. The Knicks embarrassed the Warriors last night. You got the Aaron Judge press conference happening as the Mets feel like they've swooped in and stolen Carlos Correa right from the wedding that was supposed to be between the Giants and Carlos Correa. And it's the Nets up tonight. And by the way, we're going to get you out to a little Warriors Live coming up at the bottom of the hour. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. And we'll have a little bit more on this Carlos Correa situation. But first, as we promised you, we go inside the 49ers locker room on a Wednesday. Presented by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Chavez supermarkets for all your beef and tailgate needs. Today, we're very happy to say hello to Juwan Jennings in his second season with the 49ers, and we have watched his role and importance with this team grow by the game. And he's been so important, he's gone on to earn the nickname Third and Juwan, which, honestly, Juwan, thank you for joining us here on Damon and Ratto. It's a pleasure to have you on. And I got to tell you, I think you got one of the best nicknames in the NFL. You got to like Third and Juwan, right?
Oh, yeah, I love it. I love it. I used to always think about, what's my nickname, a lot of these guys have nicknames, and then it just kind of came to me. And so, yeah, I love it, man.
It's fantastic. And I tell you, you have been fantastic in that situation. And the team obviously is just on a roll right now. Tell us how you're feeling and the vibe in that locker room.
Man, it's amazing. But knowing this team, we feel like we just got a lot of work left out there, and we just take one game at a time. That's the formula for this whole season. So we're just gonna keep doing that.
But given the fact that you've been on this roll, it begs the question. When did it first strike you that you guys were not just okay, but special?
Once I came into a special team, 2019, I was watching them in the Super Bowl. 2020, I got drafted here. So I came to a special team with Jimmy Garoppolo and Debo and a bunch of those guys and Kyle Shanahan and what they've done and the defense as well and what they've done. I'm just a piece of the puzzle, and to be here is still, a dream come true every day, and I'm just grateful to be here.
Juwan Jennings of the 49ers here on 95.7 The Game. You talked about being a piece of the puzzle. The fill-in role that you've done for Deebo Samuel, both you and Ray McCloud have just had some huge moments over the last couple of weeks. How satisfying is it to step up and answer the bell when your number gets called?
And it's extremely that work pays off. It makes you happy, to the heart. But what comes with this. Our teammates go down. Nothing about that is fun. You got to go into a game, with them in your mind. Hoping they're healing up, to the best of their ability. That's like you go into the game with a lot of emotions, but at the end of the day, you have to do your job for your teammate. And so to go out there and make the plays that we've made, as a team, and especially with some of the guys that's going down, it means a lot, especially to go out there and clinch that playoff win, knowing that gives our guys even more time to come back. It means a lot.
Is there something material that's different about the offense since you guys traded for Christian McCaffrey? Are your responsibilities different in any way because he's the kind of guy who can catch balls out of the backfield, which means that blocking downfield becomes more important? Or is it the same offense that you opened the season with?
Yeah, I think it's the same offense. Christian brings the receiving ability to it from the back end. I think it's similar to what Hasty did when he was here for us. But he's just taking it to another level, and I kind of expect it, from what he's done from the Panthers. Just coming here, I think he just helped make this team even better.
Juwan Jennings, again, in his second season now with the 49ers. Can you tell us a little bit what it's like to be a wide receiver in Kyle Shanahan's offense? Does that have a list of golden rules or priorities, laws of the position, if you will? Like, what does the Kyle Shanahan wide receiver manifesto sound like?
We express jumping off the ball. That's one thing that we always express, jumping off the ball, running as fast as you can. And, secondly, just going into our meetings. And Kyle just like an offensive guru, so the plays that he makes, we just go out there and we practice them and, make them come to life.
Are you going to be in line for a carry at any point in time this season? It feels like everybody wears a lot of hats. You still don't have an NFL carry. Are they saving you for a big moment?
Hey, man, I'm not complaining. Whenever my number's called, that's the only thing I worry about. But until then, I'm just trying to do my best for this team. And, like you just said, man, we got so many playmakers at any moment, man. Anybody can take it to the house.
Now that you guys have a playoff spot locked up, do you or would you anticipate starting to scoreboard watch more just to see what the Vikings and Eagles and Cowboys are doing? Or do you even have time for that on game day?
Well, I actually was at one point once we clinched. I'm like, okay, cool. So, now, these other teams, they get to play on Sunday because, we played on that Thursday. So I'm like, yeah, we get to watch some football and see what Minnesota does. And then they were down. And so I'm like, yeah, it's cool. Like, it's perfect. Like, we're going to go into the number 2 seed. And then they came all the way back. And so I'm done with that. Like, I'm not worried about it no more. I know I shouldn't have.
Juwan, what did you think of that Vikings comeback? I mean, that thing was ridiculous.
It was amazing, man. It was amazing. I couldn't believe it, bro. But that's something like, man, just knowing what guys put into this, their job, man, couldn't be nothing but happy for them. They had a great time, a great flight back home, or if they was at home, just, it was a great team win. But yeah, man, I'm focused on our end. Whenever they see us, shoot. Just know that's not a possibility with us.
Juwan Jennings. Yeah, Juwan Jennings here on 95.7 The Game. Look, I think that there's always brotherhoods within brotherhoods on football teams. I mean, it's obviously like you got offense, defense, you got your SEC guys, your Big Ten guys, you got your position groups, and beyond that, you got your draft classes, and then maybe even beyond that, you got seventh rounders uniting in power. Can we talk about Brock Purdy here? And is there a difference between training camp Brock, regular season Brock, and now NFL superstar Brock Purdy?
Well, from my own eyes, from what I've seen, I can't tell you that I've seen anything different. I will say from being in the NFL and just experience, the game's probably slowed down a lot for Brock, but I'm not a quarterback, so I'm sure he's a lot more stressed back there than I am, lined up at wide receiver. But, man, Brock just been very consistent, and I could just tell, from the day one he got in, behind Trey and Jimmy, man, he's just always been learning and soaking it up. And whenever the time, whenever his time, when his number's been called, he's always stepped up to the plate. And so, man, seeing Brock what he's done now, and I'm so proud of him. And that's what he does. In my eyes, that's what Brock Purdy does.
Drake Jackson just posted online. It looked like an April Fool's almost rookie dinner bill was placed down for the rookies this year. Juwan, were you at that meal?
Nah, that's D-line, man.
D-line only? D-line only takes care of those guys? When you were up for your rookie meal, tell us about that night.
I didn't have a big rookie dinner meal. I was 7th-round draft pick, so they took it easy on me.
They took mercy on you? That's good.
Yeah,
Is it only the guys with the big signing bonuses get stuck with the bill?
I feel bad for them.
Well, I tell you, man, it's been great watching what you have turned into, what you've developed, what this season has become for the 49ers. I'm also a huge college football fan. Like, I love traditions, man. Running through the T in Knoxville is, of course, one of them. What was your favorite part about being a Tennessee Vol?
I like the town. I like the people the most. As far as when I say people, just like the people who live in and around Knoxville. Those fans and just everyday citizens that go to work and love Tennessee football. They go out their way to make other people smile, and I think that's just the Southern culture that's built into everybody's head, and they live that there. That's what I like the most.
Very cool, man. I tell you, the way that the Niners been going, a lot of football fans been smiling around here lately. We want to make you smile back. Our friends at Harris Ranch Beef, Juwan, are going to send you 10 pounds of prime steaks, and you get to choose.
Yeah, I need it.
Yeah, you get to choose the cut. Do you want the ribeyes, the porterhouses, or the New York strip steaks?
Oh, I'm gonna get the strips. I want the New York strip steak.
Strip it up for you. Juwan, keep stripping the paint off these other teams on the way to the playoffs, man. Thank you very much for joining us today. Happy holidays to you, man, from all of us to all you guys. Very Merry Christmas.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that, and thank you for having me on here, man. Happy holidays to y'all, too.
Thank you so much. Juwan Jennings here on 95.7 The Game. Ray, we're making friends with this meat giveaway. There's no doubt about it.
He acted like there was money attached to it.
Ooh, I love Juwan Jennings, man. I needed something to brighten my sports day because it's pretty much been bad sports news here in the Bay Area. Welcome back to Damon and Ratto. We have just a few more minutes before we start approaching Warriors Live. Thanks again to the 49ers for setting us up. Juwan was fantastic, and he's coming into his own, man. He really is. Attack the ball, part of the Kyle Shanahan quarterbacking manifesto. You got to go meet it, baby. Point of attack, Ray.
That's kind of what he tells the defense, too.
It
seems to be a consistent theme.
At what point do you think the San Francisco Giants called Brandon Crawford to tell him his career at third base is over?
I don't think Brandon Crawford needed the call. I think when he heard about the wonky physical, he started thinking, well, maybe I don't have to get a new glove after all. And then I suspect somebody texted him about 3:35 a.m. and said, by the way.
They didn't even bother calling him to let him know his career at shortstop was temporarily over. They didn't even bother to actually sign the guy that was supposed to replace him. If you're Brandon Crawford, any chance you might just spite retire to stick it to the team's disrespectful handling here?
You're not leaving $16 million on the table out of spite.
I would agree with that. But look, this is obviously this Carlos Correa disintegration is one of the more stunning reversals in free agency history, Ray. I mean, beyond just the sport of baseball, wouldn't you say?
It's up there because it's, several things happened. the most interesting to me is that there was another owner ready, willing, able, and even eager to jump in the middle of somebody else's negotiation. After you have sort of an agreement that you're going to do the deal, traditionally and historically, the assumption around every other owner is, well, okay, fine. But either Scott Boras called Steve Cohen or Steve Cohen did this on his own. Either way, he jumped into the middle of an ongoing negotiation with another team and said, I'm still here and I'm burning money like it's coal. And one thing led to another, and I suspect the magic word at that point was, I don't care what the fiscal says. If you have two working legs, you're our guy. And I think that probably appealed to them at this point.
The New York Mets are blowing baseball financials just right off the roof of baseball salaries and payrolls with what they've done. They've had an $800 million free agent class this offseason, and their payroll, with repeater luxury tax added, will be in the neighborhood of $500 million. $500 million. I mean, that is a number that, we've seen the spend crazy Joe Lacob even approach and say, before we get there, we should probably maybe rethink a thing or two. That feels maybe unsustainable in a way. There's a crazy drunk baseball fan that owns a major market team now here in Steve Cohen. It's unbelievable.
Well, one, he paid for the Mets with cash with no other partners. Two, he's worth $12 billion. And three, and I believe this is true, his father-in-law is in his 90s and is a huge Mets fan. So this is kind of a toy for him. Because $500 million for him only leaves him $11.5 billion to do other stuff with. So it's not like he's going to be eating macaroni and cheese out of the box anytime soon. He bought the Mets as a toy. He's treating it as a toy. And he's doing the thing that every fan base wants their owner to do, burn money on their behalf. And the luxury tax alone this coming year is $111 million, which is more than, I believe, 8 teams' 2023 payrolls.
Jerks and Profar sound any better to you today than yesterday?
Well, no. I mean, I guess if you wanted to do a face-saving signing, but people will know that that's all that is. So it doesn't appeal to me any more than it did yesterday, and I was more intrigued by him than any of the other names.
Look, we're going to have a little bit more on this right around the corner. Alex Pavlovich with some pointed criticism earlier today here on 95.7 The Game. And then we're going to get you out to Warriors Live as the Warriors are way shorthanded, going to take on a healthy, rested, and streaking Brooklyn Nets team to wrap up what has been clearly a miserable road trip. And the city of New York it's just really, really hurting the Bay Area over the last 24 hours or so here. We've got Warriors Live and a little else coming up next here on 95.7 The Game. It's Damon and Ratto. Thanks again to Juwan Jennings for appearing from inside the 49ers locker room. We are brought to you by calhope.org.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Dell Technologies' Days of Deals for Business start now with fresh, limited quantity deals on tech to drive productivity. Save on select performance laptops and desktops powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, plus free shipping on everything, and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
San Francisco weather tonight, 47 degrees and cloudy.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I'm asking about Prevnar 20 because there's a chance pneumococcal pneumonia could put me in the hospital. Age 65 or older, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I want to be able to keep my plans.
So I'm asking my doctor about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro-vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
Have you been naughty or nice this year? Cash don't care. At Jackson Hewitt, you could still get up to $4,500 for the holidays. Some bucks now, more bucks in January. So be naughty. Snap up all the ginger snaps. Wear a pretty sweater to an ugly sweater holiday party. You could still get up to $4,500 when you go to Jackson Hewitt today. Details at jacksonhewitt.com. Eligible clients can get up to $1,000 in December and up to $3,500 in January. Loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Finance charge may apply.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
If your pubic region was quote-unquote junk, you wouldn't need America's #1 trusted men's grooming brand. But it's not. So show some respect with new Gillette Intimate for a gentle and easy shave. Gillette Intimate, the best a man can get. Buy now at Walmart.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Well, welcome. We are going to get you out to Warriors Live because, after all, to Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by SFO. Go to flysfo.com/winner for all your chances to win $1,000 towards a nonstop flight from SFO today. Ray, they're predicting they're calling it a generational weather event right around Christmas Eve that is maybe going to throw absolute chaos into a whole bunch of people traveling. So it could be a miserable holidays for those stuck in airports. And right now, I think Giants fans are declaring it a miserable holiday as far as free agency is concerned. Before we get to Warriors Live, we have to spend just a little bit more time here on the disintegration of the Carlos Correa era in San Francisco. Let's just sort of paint in a different color, though. Do you see any positives to this? In a way, do you feel that the Giants, not because they were really interested in, any medical concerns here, but said to themselves, this is a price point that is just unsalvageable for us, and we would be better off putting this money, in a rainy day fund and use it another day. Like, with him, we're a third place team. Without him, we can probably still be a third place team, and he really isn't the long-term answer that we might have thought.
But that's a consideration they should have made well before this. So I don't consider that necessarily a positive. It almost suggests that they were chasing him because their feelings were hurt over not getting Aaron Judge. And that's an insane way to go about building a roster. I think if that's the case, it's way too late in the game to suddenly decide, let's be prudent with our money. That's a decision you have to make right away. When you don't get Judge, you have to just sit down, meet with everybody and go, okay, who out there is worth this kind of money? And if you have to think really hard, then there is no one. And the fact that they immediately doubled down to Correa meant that they wanted him that badly. So I don't think they had this last-minute buyer's remorse. I think they either screwed this up on their own, or Steve Cohen was simply too nimble for him.
So earlier today on the Morning Roast, Alex Pavlovich came on in and said, this one sort of requires an explanation at some point here from the Giants to the fans. Here's Alex Pavlovich.
They owe it to their fans, I think. They promised that they were going to go big this offseason. They did go big this offseason, and now it has blown up in their face. Now it looks like a very middle-of-the-road or below offseason, and this looks like a team that's not better than it was last season when they finished 500. So I do think they set expectations themselves. I mean, this was not, this was a lot of the media, this was a lot of the fans, but this was also the Giants. They did not shy away from the fact that they were going to go after Aaron Judge. They did not shy away from the fact that they were going to, go after that big shortstop class. And they didn't shy away from the fact that they had a lot of money to spend. And, I think they do owe an explanation to the fans about what happened and how this happened and, what they do next.
Do you even think the fans would want an explanation, Ray? I mean, there's no one buying what they're selling right now. I mean, not being able to trust the Giants' message is an issue that is going to go into the big pie of why they have attendance troubles this upcoming summer, I would imagine.
I don't know, what they owe the fans, but they did shoot their mouths off and said we wouldn't be outbid. Well, they got outbid for Aaron Judge, and then, and this is why the Correa deal is so hilarious, they got underbid for him and still lost him. They have more of an explanation about how they can't figure out how to close a deal than it is that they didn't get Carlos Correa. Because that's water under the bridge. They, I think, and this is going to be painful for them, which is why I think they won't do it, they have to explain why they're lousy at getting a deal done. Because that's what this was. If you have concerns about how much money you're laying out, that's a decision you have to make very early on in the process. If you have concerns about his medicals, the only thing you say is, we want a couple of more tests here. And it doesn't sound like that was it. It sounds like they were waiting, and I saw some reports that they were trying to renegotiate the deal at that point. Well, that doesn't play in modern sports free agent bidding. So it sounds to me, and this is what I think they should have to explain and won't, is why they're no good at this. Why is it that their money doesn't seem to be good enough, and when their money is good enough, why they can't close the deal otherwise? Because that's the real structural problem here.
If they are pivoting to, we would like to renegotiate the deal, and that's, where they want to place this, well, then you need to tell me why you put off that renegotiation to a time, a timeline that was officially going to upset Scott Boras or open up a window of negotiation for someone else. I mean, there is an element of malpractice here at some level, if not all levels, across the board. And because of that, Alex Pavlovich, again, today with Bonte and Butcher, basically said, say what you want about hot seats. At the very least, everyone on this one should be warm.
I think everyone's seat gets warmer, and including him. I mean, this is, the 107-win season was incredible. It's one of the best things that's happened to this franchise. But other than that, this is a franchise that right now is in some trouble. And I think not just you look at the record over the last few years and you look at the record last year, but the farm system is not where they hoped it would be. I mean, that's just a fact. It just hasn't improved to the point that they hoped. And I think this is embarrassing. This is beyond anything. This is something we haven't seen before. I mean, we have seen this on a minor scale with other contracts. It happened with, remember there was a string with the Orioles a few years ago where like every year somebody failed a physical, but those were minor deals. This has never happened in baseball history on this scale. And it's never happened where a team watches a guy just go to another team within the span of like 24 hours. So this puts a lot of pressure on them. And I think there's going to be a lot of pressure next season to win. And there are no obvious answers really here and how they can kind of turn this around in a way that Judge or Correa would have.
Look, we're going to get out to Warriors Live here in just a minute, but one more note here from Pavlovich, who said some inside the organization either immediately became or originally were uncomfortable with this contract, and whether that was in the ownership group, in the front office group, or in the doctor group. Who really was it? And the truth is, as Alex says, it's going to need a lot of time to figure out who was actually right on this.
It's very possible. And I will say there were a lot of people I talked to who are uncomfortable with this contract, not just because of the health issues, but like it's not Aaron Judge. It's not a guy who is going to sell 5,000 season tickets the next day. It's not a guy who's, a guaranteed all-star for the next 5 or 6. So there's a very real chance that we look back on this. And one thing that has stuck in my mind for the last 6-7 hours as we've been trying to figure this out is that I know this isn't great for sports talk radio. It's going to take a few years to figure out who was right here, because the Twins were comfortable offering him 10 years. The Mets were comfortable giving him a 12-year deal. The Giants were ultimately uncomfortable. Now, who's going to be right? Is Carlos Correa going to play 140 games for the next 4 years, or is he going to be on the injured list in June? Like, it's going to take some time to figure out who is right and whether the Giants dodged a bullet. But yeah, this stings right now. There's a very real possibility that we look back in a couple of years and go like, man, that guy can't stay healthy.
Ray, 162 games over 12 years is 1,944 games. If you are on the panel of doctors that scuttled this deal, if it really was a doctor medical-based scuttling to begin with, and they just weren't operating on team marching orders to become the human shields for, Farhan and ownership to duck behind as they got buyer's remorse on this whole thing, like Carlos Correa better miss like 900 baseball games over the next 12 years, and it will be a long time before we know exactly who's right on this, but in real time, we know who looks embarrassed by this.
Well, it's not just embarrassment, though. It's more than that. It's their inability to determine in a quick and nimble fashion what they want and why they want it. If this is buyer's remorse, they spent 8 days figuring it out. That should take 8 minutes. If it's medical, they should have walked away from the deal right away and said, we're walking away from the deal. You don't say, we're going to put you on hold for a while, because that means there's negotiations going on between the medical side and the baseball side. He's either healthy enough to justify the contract or he isn't. And I think it's their inability to make decisions quickly and brightly that is the real condemnation here. It's the whole idea is if you're going to lay out this kind of contract, and it's not the money because Charlie Johnson's got the money. It's about in a frenzied marketplace where everybody's trying to buy every other player. You have to make decisions quickly, smartly, and firmly. And the Giants didn't do that at any point with any of these guys. And I think that's the real problem. It's not waiting 4 years to see if Carlos Correa will hold up. It's looking at the way you do business inside in your building. That's their problem.
We are going to be quick, smart, and firm through the, Warriors Live here in just a second. But there is one more story that is worthy of making the air today here during our time slot, Ray. Franco Harris, legendary Pittsburgh Steeler Franco Harris, a man who might as well's face be on the map to represent the state of Pennsylvania. From the time he was their favorite son who went on to Penn State, won Rookie of the Year, became a Hall of Famer, won 4 Super Bowls, and was about to have the camera fix upon him once again in the last weekend of football. I heard more about Franco Harris than I did in the last decade plus because the 50th anniversary of the Immaculate Reception had everyone talking about him again, and it's 50 years ago this Friday. So this would have been a Franco Harris weekend around the NFL as he was talked about, and that team was honored, and that iconic moment was honored. At 72 years old, Ray, he died last night out of nowhere. No explanation, no real cause, I believe, has been released, but 72 years old is officially too young to be passing away still. And if life is timing, what cruel timing on this, because the camera, it doesn't come back around for you very often when you're an old athlete. It was about to come back around for him. What a shame that he won't be able to get the flowers the entire NFL was ready to hand him this weekend.
He doesn't get those flowers, but he did, as you say, represent the state of Pennsylvania, even to the point where he stood up for Joe Paterno when it was not a popular or a wise thing to do. So he was very much part of the firmament of that city and that state. But he got tons of flowers. The one thing I was surprised by, and I know that the Steelers don't like to retire jerseys. They'd only retired 2 up until now. But I was surprised to learn that they hadn't retired his. I get that they're honoring him for the 50th anniversary of the Immaculate Reception because that's what you do. But I think he knew how they felt about him. So I think he got his flowers. I think the big loss here is that his family won't get to enjoy that because they will be too busy mourning the loss to get any enjoyment themselves. Everybody else will find ways to honor him in their own hearts, but they're busy grieving.
Yeah.
So they won't be able to get this time back.
It's too bad because this is the weekend where it just would have been the standing O after standing O after standing O. And I will say this, as great as the Immaculate Reception truly, truly is, and what a moment, what a dynasty it helped launch, without someone deciding, hey, let's call that thing the Immaculate Reception, it's the single greatest name for any highlight that has ever become romantic and historic in American sports, in Americana. There is no, the Fumblerooski was great. Ghost to the Post was fantastic. The Immaculate Reception, Ray, greatest name of any highlight of all time. Don't you think?
I've always been prone to the butt fumble.
Of course you have. And on that note, welcome to Warriors Live.
Welcome to the greatest show on hardwood.
Left side of the circle, it's money, cold, hard cash for Stephen Curry.
The NBA champions are back to defend their title. And it starts now. This is Warriors Live.
Holy cannoli, this is crazy.
Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
All right, Damon and Ratto, we're going through a sprint here on Warriors Live. Man, New York City's just kicking the butt of the Bay Area since last night. You get the Warriors laying a total egg at the Mecca. You got Aaron Judge getting introduced as Yankee captain today. You got the Mets crashing the Correa wedding and like straight up leaving with the bride. Took her right off the altar, and the Giants are the groom that let her get away. And now the team that pretends New York actually cares about it too, the Nets. All that history with Kevin Durant, and only Draymond and Kevon Looney will be representing the starting five. And this is going to be a rough one for the Golden State Warriors tonight. It was a rough one last night, Ray. They're going to need a little bit of a basketball miracle to avoid a 1-5 record on this 6-game road trip.
Yeah, Brooklyn's won 10 of 11, and most of those games have been close, which means that they've been, gutting out wins, which is one of the things that people didn't think they were capable of even last year. It might very well be, after the most dysfunctional offseason any team has ever had, that the Nets might have figured out that their avenue to salvation is by playing the kind of basketball people expected of them when they got Kevin Durant, when they reached out and got Kyrie Irving. This is the best they've looked in all that time. And I think the Warriors are in deep because, one, the Nets aren't playing a back-to-back, and the Warriors are. And the Warriors are playing shorthanded yet again. So it's not going to be a small miracle if they win. It's going to be a big one.
It is Warriors Live, brought to you by Xfinity Internet. Better streaming with our Flex 4K device, voice remote, Peacock Premium, all at no extra cost and no strings attached. One of the reasons it's going to be so difficult tonight is because when you look at the injury report, brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, go to boxerlaw.com. Curry, Clay, Wiggins, all out tonight. Dante DiVincenzo and JaMychal Green are sick and are out tonight. James Wiseman, who had a left thumb sprain, is available, but I don't even know if that's good news for the Golden State Warriors. Kyrie Irving has been ruled out. We just got that from Nick Friedel, our old pal, who is reporting that is really the only concern that the Nets are going to have. As Ray said, they've won 6 in a row, 10 of their last 11. And they're about as healthy as they've been, although Kyrie is out tonight. They're well rested. They haven't played since Sunday. And we're also here just talk about the shame of it all. Life is timing, and sometimes timing stinks. We're getting denied the brother versus brother action. Curry versus Curry will not happen tonight. Take it to the bank prediction, Ray. We got to get the sponsored element in because we're going to run out of time here soon. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, turning family-owned businesses into household names. I'm just going to say it. Kevin Durant probably has 20 or more at halftime, and this should be a foot-up fourth quarter for the Nets. Like, the only thing preventing him from dropping 50 tonight might be his own team restricting his own minutes. The Warriors are 12.5-point underdogs this evening. 226.5 is your over-under. Look, the Warriors can run, but boy, they didn't get much running in last night in New York. They got out-transitioned. They got outplayed. Your friend that said that Raptors stink, and that probably has more to do with the Warriors looking good than the Golden State Warriors, Ray, might have been right about that, because last night at Madison Square Garden, the Warriors were just not ready. They got pounded by 38 points, 132-94. Here's head coach Steve Kerr on what went wrong last night.
Well, we didn't play well at all. Knicks are in a good groove right now, totally outplayed us. I think the toughest thing is to try to win a game when you give up 19 more free throws and 13 more field goal attempts. It's virtually impossible. So I think that's the thing we've got to try to correct, is if there's that kind of disparity in the possession game, you've got to shoot about 75% to win. So they took it to us.
Clay had a rough one last night. He turned the ball over 5 times. He had a bad shooting night. Moody, who got thrown into the starting 5, did not have a night to remember. Jordan Poole had 26 and was the Warriors' best player on the court. But, man, they just got cooked at the three-point line, on the boards, in the turnover department. And like Steve just said, Ray, you add all that up, that's trouble for anyone, much less a depleted Warriors team.
Yeah, they got hammered at every department. They were out-rebounded by 18. They committed 8 more turnovers. They allowed a mediocre shooting Knicks team to shoot 52% from the field, which is exceedingly high for them. And they didn't do anything to make people think that the Knicks aren't a really good defensive team right now. I mean, they were lucky to get to 94. And I think that's probably the biggest takeaway, is that they didn't defend well at all, and they didn't do anything to make the Knicks work at the other end. I mean, this was, I don't want to say it was a clinic, but it came close.
It sure did. It was ugly. And look, James Wiseman, it's supposed to look better than this right now. I mean, there's no one who can argue against that. It's just supposed to look better than this right now. He was minus 29 in 22 minutes last night. 4 points, 3 rebounds. He did have a steal and 2 blocks, but 5 fouls, 2 turnovers. He was only 1 of 4 from the field. And, the evidence against him is just stacking up, and it's all in the wrong direction. He doesn't play well with a group of young guys. He doesn't play well with the veterans. He doesn't play well with or without the stars. He doesn't fit inside the system or outside the system. When it is without Steph Curry, he should be just a little bit better than this, all things considered. I mean, besides the occasional burst of amazing physical attributes, I would define James Wiseman as uncomfortable. He's completely uncomfortable in an NBA game. And tonight he'll have a little bit of Kevin Durant and Ben Simmons waiting for him if he is out there. Hopefully Jonathan Kuminga gets a little bit more opportunity to prove himself tonight, because he continues to be the one lone young bright spot. It's Jordan Poole, Moses Moody. Kuminga is starting with Draymond Green and Kevon Looney, Seth Curry, Royce O'Neal, Kevin Durant, Ben Simmons, Nick Claxton. Thanks so much to Juwan Jennings for joining us. For Ray, I'm Damon. The boys back in the studio. We remind you that sports don't build character, they reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain